I had been driving for hours, the winding roads in front of me stretching on endlessly through thick woods. It was one of those places where the trees seemed to close in on you, the sun barely able to filter through the thick canopy of leaves. The only sound in the car was the hum of the tires against the asphalt, the occasional rattle of the old air conditioning, and the low rumble of the engine. I had rented a cabin for the weekend, hoping to get away from everything, the noise of the city, the endless buzz of my phone. It had been a rough year, and I just needed some peace, some silence, something real. The address on the rental listing was vague, just a few words, off the main road, near a river. Not exactly detailed, but the place looked nice in the pictures. It was secluded, rustic, but modern enough to be comfortable. The idea of being isolated didn't bother me at first. I figured I'd spend my time hiking, reading, maybe a little fishing if I could get around to it. Nothing too strenuous, just peace and quiet. As the GPS led me down a narrow, almost hidden dirt path, I started to doubt the choice. The road had gotten rougher, the trees taller, thicker. There were no signs, no houses, no other cars. The air was cooler here, damp even. I reached the cabin just before sunset, the sky painted in shades of red and purple. It looked exactly like the pictures, small, wooden, with a porch that wrapped around one side. The river was visible in the distance, just beyond the tree line, a glint of silver in the fading light. It was picturesque, like something out of a magazine. I pulled the car up to the front, grabbed my bag, and headed inside. The cabin was just as charming as it had seemed online. There was a small kitchen, a cozy living area with a stone fireplace, and a loft bedroom with a large window looking out over the trees. The whole place had that rustic smell, wood, earth, something like old pine. It was perfect. I immediately felt a sense of calm wash over me. I settled in, unpacking my things, setting my phone on the counter to charge. I had already decided to ignore it for the weekend. The evening air outside grew cooler, and I made myself a cup of tea, sitting by the window, looking out at the forest. The silence was almost unnerving. There was no sound from animals, no distant chatter from neighbors, just the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. As the sky darkened, I turned on a few lights in the cabin. Not that I needed them. There was a kind of soft, natural glow from the porch light and the dim light from the river. It was so quiet out here, so still. I tried to shake off the unease that was creeping into my thoughts. It was nothing. It was just the isolation, the unfamiliarity. I sat down on the couch, trying to relax. I tried reading, but the words seemed to blur as my mind wandered. My thoughts were heavy. Around midnight, I heard something. It was faint, almost like a soft tapping, a thud against the window. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. It was barely noticeable, just enough to make me think that maybe it was the wind. Maybe a branch had fallen. But no, it came again, louder this time. I stood up, slowly, cautiously, and made my way to the window. There was nothing there, nothing but trees and the faint light of the river. I stood for a moment, just staring into the dark, trying to calm my racing heart. Could have been an animal, maybe a branch or a rock from the edge of the forest. But then I heard it again. It was coming from the porch, a soft, deliberate tapping sound, like someone gently knocking, but not on the door, on the window. I didn't move for a long time, just listening. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My instincts screamed at me to stay inside, to lock the door, to turn off the lights, but I couldn't. Slowly, I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and went to the front door. I unlocked it, stepped outside, and shone the light across the porch. There was nothing there. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, the trees heavy with moisture. The woods felt alive, every creak and rustle making me jump. I scanned the darkness, every shadow twisting in strange ways, but no one was there. I stood outside for a few more minutes, waiting for any sign, but nothing happened. The tapping had stopped. I closed the door and locked it behind me, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. It was probably just the wind, or some animal moving around. I went to bed soon after, though I didn't sleep well. Every little creak of the floorboards, every snap of a twig outside had me waking up, checking the windows. The next morning, I woke up early, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. I decided to take a walk, clear my mind. I grabbed a jacket and a pair of hiking boots and stepped out into the cool morning air. The forest was peaceful, the birds already up and chirping, the leaves glistening with dew. The river was louder now, the sound of rushing water filling the quiet spaces between my footsteps. I wandered along the riverbank, letting the calmness of the scene ground me. I could hear the occasional rustle in the underbrush, but nothing that seemed out of place. The sun began to rise higher in the sky, and the warmth started to break through the chill. I felt a little better as I walked, the worry from last night starting to slip away. But then I saw it. Just up ahead, where the trees thinned out, there was a small shack, a structure that looked like it hadn't been used in years. It was tucked in a small clearing, hidden from the main trail by thick underbrush. The roof was caved in on one side, the windows shattered. But what caught my attention was the fresh footprints leading up to it. They were large, heavy, almost like boot prints, and they didn't look old. My heart started to race again as I stared at the shack. I didn't want to go any closer, but I couldn't help myself. Something drew me in, the curiosity eating away at my instincts. I took a few tentative steps toward it, the dry leaves crunching beneath my boots. As I got closer, I could feel my breath quicken. There was something about the place that made my skin crawl. I reached the shack, standing just outside, shining the flashlight through the broken window. The inside was dark, littered with debris, old, rusted tools, scraps of wood, and what looked like discarded furniture. But there was something else, a scent, an odd, musty, metallic smell. It was faint, but it made my stomach churn. Suddenly, I heard something behind me. I spun around, heart in my throat, but there was nothing there. Nothing except for the sound of a branch snapping somewhere deep in the forest. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I turned around and ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. I locked the door behind me and stood there, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of everything. What was that shack? Who had left those prints? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The sun was setting low over the dense forest, casting long shadows that stretched over the winding dirt road I was driving along. I had made this trip countless times before, but tonight felt different. There was a strange weight in the air, something I couldn't quite place but that tugged at me. Maybe it was the weather, the heavy clouds gathering above, or the way the trees seemed to close in tighter as I drove deeper into the wilderness. Whatever it was, it set me on edge. I had rented a small cabin out in the middle of nowhere for the weekend, just to get away. It was a tiny place, tucked far from any towns or major roads, and it had no modern distractions, just a quiet retreat in the woods. My plan was simple. I'd disconnect, unwind, and enjoy a few peaceful days alone, away from the noise of everyday life. But as I pulled up to the cabin, parked the car, and stepped out into the silence, I had a feeling that something wasn't right. The cabin was old, but it looked solid. It had a weathered wood exterior, with a few ivy vines creeping up the walls. The porch light flickered above the door, but that was the only sign of life. No one had been here in months, I could tell. The air smelled damp, like it had rained recently. I grabbed my bag from the car and headed inside. The door creaked as I opened it, revealing a dimly lit interior. The cabin was small, with a single room that served as both living space and kitchen. A fireplace sat against one wall, and there was an old couch and a couple of mismatched chairs scattered around the room. The floors were hardwood, worn with age, and the furniture looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. It had that musty, old wood smell that some people find comforting, but I found unsettling tonight. I shrugged it off, unpacked my bag, and started a fire in the hearth to warm the place up. The crackling flames eased some of the tension in my shoulders, and I began to relax, thinking I had just been overreacting earlier. The evening passed quietly. I cooked some simple food, read a book by the fire, and listened to the wind outside picking up. By the time I went to bed, the cabin felt comfortable, even cozy. But as I lay there in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't anything obvious. No creaking floors or strange noises, but there was a sense that something was off. I chalked it up to being in an unfamiliar place, deep in the woods with no one around for miles. It was just my mind playing tricks. Sleep came slowly, but eventually I drifted off. I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sound that made my blood run cold. There was a thud, followed by the sound of something scraping against the cabin's exterior. I lay frozen, listening intently, my heart hammering in my chest. The noise was faint, like something or someone was trying to climb up the side of the cabin. I didn't move at first, unsure if I had heard it correctly or if I was just half dreaming. But then it came again, louder this time. Scraping, thudding. I slowly sat up in bed, my mind racing. My first thought was that it might be an animal, a raccoon maybe, or some other small creature, but then I heard a low, guttural growl. My blood went cold. That wasn't an animal. It sounded like it was coming from directly outside the window. I held my breath, listening for more sounds, but everything was silent. I wasn't sure if I had imagined the growl or if it was real, but the fear gnawed at me. Couldn't just lie there. I had to check it out, even though every instinct in me told me not to. I crept out of bed, grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand, and made my way to the window. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting eerie shadows on the ground, but I couldn't see anything moving. Still, something felt wrong, like there was a presence just outside the cabin, hidden in the darkness. I tried to shake the feeling and told myself it was nothing, but that nagging fear stayed with me. I decided to lock the doors and windows just in case. I moved through the cabin, double-checking each one, trying to stay calm. But the entire time, I kept hearing the same scraping noise, like something was dragging itself along the side of the house. It was faint but constant, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Eventually, I retreated to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. I felt safer there, but I couldn't sleep. I spent the rest of the night staring at the ceiling, listening to every little noise in the cabin, waiting for the morning light to finally break through. The next day, I decided to go for a hike. I needed some fresh air to clear my head. I grabbed my backpack, packed some water, and set off down the trail behind the cabin. The woods were dense, and the silence was thick, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or the distant call of a bird. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following me. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I saw nothing, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. After about an hour of walking, I came to a small clearing with a stream running through it. I sat down on a rock to take a break, feeling the tension in my chest ease a little. But then I heard it, a snap of a twig behind me. I stood up, heart pounding. There was no wind, no animals, just the sound of something moving in the forest. I turned quickly, but again, there was nothing. I couldn't see anyone or anything out of place. But that didn't mean I was alone. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I decided it was time to head back to the cabin. The hike had done nothing to calm my nerves, and I couldn't ignore the growing sense of danger anymore. As I retraced my steps, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. It was impossible to shake, like an invisible presence was just behind me, staying just out of sight. I picked up my pace, my footsteps quickening with every passing second. When I finally reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me and locked it. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to steady my racing heart. I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if something truly was out there, but I didn't care anymore. I wasn't taking any chances. I spent the rest of the day inside, too afraid to leave. The sounds from the night before started again. Scraping and dragging, faint but relentless. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. That evening, as darkness fell, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. Slowly, carefully, I moved to the window and peered through the blinds. There, in the dim light of the porch, I saw a figure. It was tall and thin, almost impossibly so, standing completely still. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel its presence, as if it were staring directly at me. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, waiting. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and whatever I could carry, and bolted for the car. I didn't even look back. The drive out of the woods was a blur, but I didn't stop until I hit the main road and the lights of a nearby town. Only then did I feel like I could breathe again. The next day, I tried to tell myself I had imagined everything. The figure, the noises, the feeling of being followed. But deep down, I knew something had been out there, something I had barely escaped, and I would never go back to that cabin again. The year was 2013 when I made the decision to take a break from my fast-paced life in the city. I was 28, tired of the endless meetings, the noise, and the never-ending stream of people that made even the simplest errands feel like an ordeal. I'd read about the Pine Hollow Cabin retreat in a travel magazine, nestled deep in the northern woods of Maine. It was advertised as a secluded spot for those looking to escape the grind. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no interruptions, just pure solitude. The thought of that much peace, surrounded by the silence of nature, appealed to me more than anything else at the time. I booked the place for a week, not telling anyone. I figured it would be good for me to disconnect and clear my mind. I was careful about choosing a cabin deep in the forest, away from any town. The photos of the cabin on the website looked idyllic. A small, weathered wooden structure with a stone chimney, tucked among towering pine trees. The reviews were full of praise, describing it as cozy but remote, a true escape into nature. I arrived at the Pine Hollow cabin around mid-afternoon on a Friday, the sun just starting its descent toward the horizon. The gravel road that led up to the cabin had been bumpy, with few signs of civilization along the way. The air was crisp and fresh, filled with the scent of pine needles and earth. As I parked my car and unloaded my bags, I felt a surge of excitement mixed with a touch of nervousness. The silence was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Not a bird chirped. There was no rustling of leaves. It was almost too quiet. The cabin itself was older than I had expected. The wood was dark and weathered, with patches of moss growing along the roofline. A small porch wrapped around the front, and the door creaked slightly as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was just as charming as I had hoped. Simple wooden furniture, a stone fireplace with a stack of logs beside it, and windows that framed the forest outside. It was small but comfortable. There was a small kitchen area with an old-fashioned stove, a little table, and a single armchair by the fireplace. I put my bags down, and for a moment, I stood still, taking it all in. The place felt untouched, like no one had been there in years. After I settled in, I made myself some tea and sat by the window, watching the light shift across the forest. The wind had picked up, rustling the trees and sending the occasional leaf drifting by. The thought of being so far from civilization felt liberating. I could hear the occasional crack of a branch in the distance, the only sign of life in the woods. As night began to fall, the temperature dropped sharply, and I lit the fire in the stone fireplace. The flames crackled and popped, sending a warm glow across the room. I was starting to feel the isolation of the place sink in, but it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. It was peaceful. I decided to sleep with the curtains open, wanting to catch glimpses of the moonlight filtering through the trees. It was a clear night, with the stars visible through the darkening sky. As I lay in bed, I felt a sense of contentment. It was the kind of peace I had been craving for months. But as the hours passed, a strange unease began to settle over me. It wasn't the kind of fear you'd get from a movie or a campfire ghost story. It was more of a quiet, nagging feeling, like I wasn't alone. The kind of sensation you get when you think you hear footsteps behind you but turn around to find nothing there. I tried to push the feeling away, convincing myself that it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I spent the next day exploring the area around the cabin. The woods were dense and dark, with thick underbrush and the occasional moss-covered rock. The air was cold, but not unpleasant. The stillness of the forest was almost oppressive, and there were no animals in sight. I didn't think much of it at the time. Perhaps the animals had all retreated deeper into the forest for the winter. Later that evening, I decided to turn in early. The sun had set quickly, and the darkness outside seemed almost absolute. I pulled the covers up around me and tried to ignore the creeping feeling that I was being watched. The wind howled outside, but it didn't mask the sense of silence that hung in the cabin. Felt wrong. Around midnight, I woke with a start. My body was stiff, and the air in the room felt colder than before. I could hear a soft thud from somewhere deep in the forest, followed by a rustling noise. I strained to listen, but the sound was too distant to identify. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was just an animal or the wind moving branches, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The sounds were too deliberate, too rhythmic. I tried to ignore it and went back to sleep, but the next night the noise came again. It was louder this time, a rhythmic thud, followed by what sounded like something scraping against the forest floor. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I couldn't be sure, but it sounded as though someone was moving around out there. I stood up, walked over to the window, and pulled back the curtain just enough to peer outside. The forest was black beyond the cabin. The moonlight didn't reach far enough to reveal anything beyond the nearest trees. But then I saw it. Just at the edge of the light, a figure standing still among the pines. The shape was large, taller than any person should be. It didn't move at first, and I held my breath, hoping it would go away. But then it shifted, and I saw it clearly. A man, or at least something that resembled a man. He was dressed in dark, ragged clothes, and his face was hidden beneath a thick hood. His eyes seemed to reflect the light, glowing faintly in the darkness. He stood motionless for a long time, staring directly at the cabin. I backed away from the window, my heart racing. I tried to rationalize what I had seen. It could have been someone out for a walk, someone who had gotten lost in the woods, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. I could feel it, the presence of something wrong. I quickly closed the curtain and locked the door. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I had been alone for too long. The next morning, I gathered my things and decided to leave. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, following me. But when I went outside to start my car, I found the area around the cabin had been disturbed. The ground was scuffed up, and the leaves had been trampled down in a circle around the porch. A series of heavy footprints led off into the forest, disappearing into the thick underbrush. There was no sign of the figure I had seen the night before. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my bags, got in the car, and drove away. As I left Pine Hollow behind, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the edge of the trees, watching me drive away. I never went back to that cabin. To this day, I still don't know what I saw in those woods. I don't know if it was a person or something else entirely, but I do know one thing: I wasn't alone. It was late October when I decided to spend a few days at the cabin my uncle had left me. He had passed away a few months prior, and I wasn't sure what to do with the place. He had been a reclusive man, never one for company, but in the few times I'd visited him over the years, I came to understand that he had a love for isolation. The cabin was located in the woods, tucked away miles from the nearest town. No neighbors, no distractions, just trees and the sounds of nature. It was exactly the kind of place that would allow me to escape the stress of my life. After the hectic few months of work and personal struggles, I thought a weekend in complete silence would be the perfect reset. I packed my car with some food, a few books, and my gear for the trip, and drove off toward the cabin. The weather was crisp, the air sharp and cool as I drove deeper into the wilderness. The road turned from paved to gravel, then to dirt, and I could see the trees closing in on either side. The deeper I went, the fewer signs of civilization there were. Eventually, the road became almost impassable. My car bounced and swerved, tires skidding through mud patches, but I knew I was close. I reached the cabin just as dusk began to settle in. The air had a chill to it, and the sun hung low, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin itself was small, made of dark wood with a wraparound porch and a sloping roof. It was the kind of place that would have looked charming if not for the surrounding emptiness. I could see that my uncle hadn't kept it in perfect condition. There were signs of wear and tear, but it was still standing. I parked the car and grabbed my bags. There was a small key under the porch mat, as he'd told me in his will, and I unlocked the door. The air inside was musty, stale from disuse. Dust motes danced in the light from the fading sun. The room was simple, just a few old chairs, a couch, and a fireplace with logs stacked neatly beside it. There was a small kitchen area, a stove, and an old refrigerator that looked like it hadn't worked in years. A single bedroom lay at the far end of the cabin, with a queen-size bed draped in an old quilt. I spent the first hour unpacking, getting comfortable in the cabin. The silence was comforting at first, but the longer I stayed, the more oppressive it felt. It was a different kind of quiet, deep, unsettling. The sound of the wind rustling through the trees was constant, but it never felt like a comforting breeze. Instead, it felt like something was watching, waiting. As the sun set, I made a fire in the fireplace and settled down with a book. The crackling of the logs was the only noise in the cabin, the flames casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. I thought I heard something from outside, maybe a branch snapping or an animal moving through the underbrush, but I brushed it off. The woods were full of life after all. By the time I went to bed, the night was completely dark, the only light coming from the dying embers in the fireplace. I had trouble sleeping at first, feeling the weight of the silence pressing in on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin itself was watching me. It was an irrational thought, I knew, but it was there, tugging at the edges of my mind. Around 3 a.m., I woke up with a start. Something had changed in the air. The quiet had deepened, if that was even possible. I lay in bed for a few moments, straining to hear any sound. Nothing. Then, just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard it, a faint creak, like the old wooden floorboards groaning under the weight of something. I froze, listening carefully. Another creak, this time louder. Then a scrape. I shot up in bed, heart pounding in my chest. It was coming from outside. At first, I told myself it was just an animal, a bear, maybe, or a deer moving around. But the sounds were too deliberate, too rhythmic, almost like footsteps. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Something wasn't right. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and quietly crept out of bed. The wind had picked up outside, howling against the windows, but there was still something strange about the way the night felt. I opened the front door slowly, shining the beam of the flashlight into the darkness. The porch was empty, nothing but trees swaying in the wind. But that didn't mean the cabin was alone. The silence was too perfect, too still. Felt wrong. I stepped outside, my boots crunching against the gravel as I made my way around to the back of the cabin. The flashlight beam flickered in and out as I swept it across the ground. Nothing. No sign of movement. No creatures lurking in the shadows. But as I turned back toward the cabin, I saw it. A figure standing by the edge of the trees, just beyond the reach of the light. It was tall, its features hidden by the darkness, but I could see its silhouette clearly enough. My breath caught in my throat. It didn't move. I backed toward the door, heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't follow, but it didn't leave either. I quickly went inside and locked the door behind me, my hands trembling as I pressed my back against it. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Couldn't sleep, couldn't relax. The sound of the wind and the occasional creak of the cabin were the only things that kept me company. Morning came, but the unease never lifted. I decided to pack up and leave early, but when I went to start the car, I found that the engine wouldn't turn over. I checked under the hood, but everything seemed fine. No reason for it to be dead. A sense of dread settled over me as I looked back at the cabin. It felt like the woods were closing in on me, like the trees were too thick, too suffocating. I was stuck. I had no choice but to wait for the car to work itself out or for help to arrive. But there was no one for miles. I spent the day walking around the cabin, trying to make sense of what had happened the night before. I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for any sign of movement, but all I saw was the wind shifting the leaves. By the next morning, I had resolved to leave no matter what. I wasn't going to stay in that cabin another night. The car still wouldn't start, so I decided to hike down to the nearest town. It was a long walk, but I didn't care. I needed to get out. As I packed my things and made my way out the door, I noticed something I hadn't before. On the porch, there were footprints, faint but unmistakable. They were fresh, leading up to the door. Whoever had been out there last night hadn't gone far. They were close, too close. I didn't look back as I walked down the trail. I didn't care if my uncle had once lived there or what it had meant to him. I couldn't stay any longer. The woods, the cabin, the quiet, they were all wrong. I was done with it. When I finally reached the town, I found a mechanic to look at my car. He was puzzled, but after a few hours, it started up just fine. I didn't ask questions. I paid for the repairs, packed my stuff into the car, and drove straight home. I never went back to the cabin. I sold it shortly after, but I never told anyone about the things I had heard or what I had felt. I sometimes wonder if it was all just my imagination. Stress, fatigue, maybe the isolation getting to me. But every time I pass through those woods, I can't shake the feeling that something is still out there, waiting. I had always thought I was prepared for a weekend alone in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. The thought of solitude in the woods seemed peaceful, perfect for some quiet reflection away from the noise of everyday life. I rented a small cabin in the Cascade Mountains in Washington State, just far enough from any town that I wouldn't be bothered, but still close enough to drive if I needed supplies. It was late autumn, the days were getting shorter, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth. I had always loved nature, but I'd never been one to camp or hike for days on end. The idea of spending time in the woods had always intrigued me, but this would be my first time being so remote. The cabin I'd rented looked cozy from the pictures online, nestled among the trees with a small stream running through the property. I imagined nights by the fire, reading and staring out at the stars. What could go wrong? The first day went according to plan. I arrived in the afternoon, unloaded my things, and spent the rest of the day getting settled in. The cabin had a rustic charm, with rough-hewn wood beams on the ceiling, a stone fireplace, and a simple kitchen. There was a small porch out front with a couple of rocking chairs, and beyond that, only the wilderness stretched as far as the eye could see. It felt like a perfect escape. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. I made a fire, curled up with a book, and settled into the rhythm of the place. It was quiet, too quiet, in fact. The only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and the soft rustle of the wind in the trees. I thought it was odd, but I didn't give it much thought. The silence was peaceful, and I hadn't heard a single animal. It didn't seem right for a place so full of trees and life, but I figured maybe it was just too late in the season. By the second day, things started to feel off. It was like the woods had a weight to them. Not the peaceful, calming weight of nature, but something darker, more oppressive. I spent the day exploring the trails around the cabin, though I didn't venture too far. There were no other people around, and the deeper I walked into the forest, the more the trees seemed to close in around me, as if they were watching. That night, after another long day of solitude, I sat by the fire again, trying to shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees, and I noticed the oddest thing, the sound of footsteps. They were faint at first, but unmistakable, someone or something walking through the brush just outside the cabin. It sounded like it was circling me. I stood up, staring out the window, but I saw nothing. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, but the footsteps didn't have the cadence of a wild creature. They were too deliberate. I didn't sleep much that night. The sounds outside continued, punctuated by the occasional snap of a twig. I told myself it was just the wind. In the morning, I tried to put it out of my mind, but the nagging feeling that I wasn't alone never fully left me. On the third day, I decided to head out for a hike. I figured some fresh air might help clear my mind. There was a trail that led up to a small overlook with a view of the valley below, and I thought it would be a good place to sit and reflect. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing, just trees and the occasional flash of wildlife in the distance. But it didn't feel right. It was like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. By the time I reached the overlook, I had a sense of urgency, like I needed to get away from the cabin, away from the feeling that something was wrong. I sat on a rock, trying to calm myself, but my thoughts kept racing. As I sat there, I noticed something strange in the distance. A small, unmarked trail led off the main path, winding into the thick trees. It wasn't on the map I had gotten from the cabin owner. My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to investigate. The trail was narrow, barely a path at all, and the more I walked, the more it seemed to disappear into the underbrush. I could hardly see the sky through the dense canopy above. I was starting to regret my decision when I came upon something that made my blood run cold. There, hidden among the trees, was an old shack. It was in bad shape, falling apart with overgrown vines clinging to the walls and moss covering the roof. It didn't look like it had been used in years, but something about it felt wrong. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. I approached cautiously, peering through a gap in the boards. Inside, it looked like an abandoned shelter. Empty, but there was something unsettling about the way it was left behind, like whoever had been there had left in a hurry. I felt a chill in the air, and it wasn't just from the cold. My senses were on high alert, and I turned to leave, but that's when I saw it. Movement in the trees behind the shack. A figure, just a glimpse, but enough to make my heart race. I backed away quickly, my feet stumbling over the uneven ground as I made my way back to the main trail. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. I was on edge, feeling the weight of the forest pressing in on me. As I walked up to the porch, I noticed something strange. There were fresh footprints in the dirt around the cabin. They were too big to be from an animal, and they weren't there when I left earlier that morning. I locked the door and sat by the fire, trying to calm myself. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But deep down, I knew something was out there. I just didn't know what. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, closer. I could hear them circling the cabin, the sound of boots crunching on the dry ground. I gripped the edge of the couch, trying to stay still, barely breathing. It felt like whoever or whatever was out there knew I was inside. The footsteps paused at the window, just inches from where I sat. I could hear the breathing, ragged and heavy, just outside. My stomach dropped. It was then that I realized there was no one else. No one could have been out there. The cabin was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, and I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. Whoever or whatever was out there was close, far too close, and they knew I was alone. I sat frozen in place for what felt like hours, but the footsteps eventually faded. The air outside grew quiet again, but the tension didn't ease. I stayed up all night, watching the door, the windows, every shadow outside, waiting for the first sign of movement. Morning came, but I didn't feel any safer. The footprints around the cabin were still there, but now they were joined by new ones, fresh tracks, as if someone had been walking around all night. They led into the woods, disappearing into the trees. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I packed up my things, leaving the cabin behind. The forest was still silent as I made my way back to my car, but I didn't look back. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that I wasn't meant to see whatever it was in the woods that night. I drove home that afternoon, my mind still racing. I don't know what I saw or thought I saw out there, but I don't think I'll ever go back to that cabin. I still can't explain the footsteps or the figure in the trees, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, and I'll never go alone into the woods again. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks. The idea of getting away from the noise of the city and just being alone in a cabin, surrounded by nothing but trees, was the kind of escape I needed. A small part of me, though, had always wondered about being isolated in such a remote place. But as I packed my car and left the noise of city life behind, Those thoughts faded quickly, replaced by the anticipation of the solitude I craved. It was late autumn, a crisp chill in the air, and the trees were shedding their leaves in a fiery explosion of oranges and reds. The sky was an overcast gray, clouds heavy and low, almost like the atmosphere was holding its breath, waiting for something. The roads were quieter the farther I drove, the occasional rustle of wind in the trees being the only sound, until finally, I took the last turn down a narrow dirt path that led to the cabin. It was a small, modest place, built out of weathered wood, with a sloping roof and a stone chimney puffing faint smoke. It didn't look like much, but that was part of the charm. It was just me and this place for the weekend, away from the rest of the world. I parked in front, grabbed my bag, and took a deep breath. The air was cold and smelled like earth and pine. I felt the weight of silence settle around me as I walked toward the door. The wooden steps creaked under my boots, the door itself hanging slightly off its hinges. It wasn't exactly a luxury retreat, but it was perfect for my purposes. No distractions, no phone service, just me and the woods. Inside, the cabin was a little musty, the air stale, but nothing unbearable. The furniture was old, wooden chairs, a large table in the center, and a fireplace on the far wall. There was a small kitchen with basic amenities, nothing fancy. The bedroom had a single bed covered with a thick, woolen blanket. I tossed my bag on the bed and took a few moments to look around. There were no signs of previous guests, which felt comforting. It was as if the place had been waiting for me. As the day wore on, I settled in. I started a fire in the fireplace and made myself some dinner. The sound of the fire crackling was the only noise, a steady companion to my thoughts. I stepped outside a few times, taking in the vast, quiet wilderness around me. The forest stretched for miles, no roads in sight. Perfect retreat. That night, after dinner, I sat in front of the fire, reading a book I'd brought along. The wind outside picked up, shaking the trees and causing the windows to rattle occasionally. The cabin felt sturdy enough, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the wind was trying to get inside. It wasn't a terrifying feeling, but more of an unsettling one, as if something out there was just waiting for a crack in the walls. I couldn't concentrate on my book, so I decided to go to bed early. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and the thick wool blanket kept me warm despite the cold outside. The fire had long since died down, but the cabin felt snug. I shut off the lamp next to the bed and settled in, listening to the wind howling outside. I must have dozed off after a while because the next thing I knew, I woke up to the sound of something. It wasn't a loud noise, more like a faint scratching or tapping. I sat up, straining my ears in the darkness. The wind had stopped, and the silence outside was almost deafening. But there it was again, a soft tap, like something was gently knocking on the cabin's walls. I lay back down, convincing myself it was just the old wood settling. The cabin was old, and I had heard stories about how houses creak and groan at night. But then, it came again, louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. I froze. My heart started to race. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a branch tapping against the window, or a rodent making its way through the walls. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else. Something purposeful. The tapping continued, almost rhythmic. It was coming from the wall behind my bed, right next to my head. I slowly got out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was dark, and I fumbled around for the flashlight I'd left on the table. When I finally found it, I clicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. I shone it on the wall where the tapping had been coming from. Nothing, no sign of anything unusual. I crept toward the wall, shining the flashlight over it, feeling stupid for even being scared. But the tapping started again. Tap, 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 right from behind the wall. I took a few steps back, my hand shaking as I gripped the flashlight. I didn't know what to do. Should I open the wall? Should I check outside? What if it was an animal? What if it wasn't? I stood there for a long time, the sound of the tapping growing louder, and finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a chair and stood on it to look out the small window next to the wall. The light from the flashlight barely illuminated anything, but I could make out the dark shapes of trees swaying in the wind. Suddenly, the tapping stopped. Complete silence. My chest felt tight, and my mind raced with thoughts I couldn't quite control. I was about to turn away when I noticed something strange. A dark shape moving in the shadows just beyond the window. I froze. I couldn't see clearly, but the shape was moving slowly, deliberately, like it was trying to stay out of sight. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed like someone was out there. I stepped back, heart pounding, and stood in the center of the room, trying to think. Should I go outside? Should I stay inside and wait for morning? I decided on the latter. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and sat by the fire, staring at the door. If someone was out there, they would eventually come to the cabin, right? It was the only shelter for miles, and no one else was around. I stayed awake for hours, watching the door and listening to every sound. The tapping never came back, but I could still hear the rustling of something moving around outside. It sounded like it was circling the cabin, pacing, never staying in one place for long. By morning, I was exhausted, but the sun had finally risen. The pale light filtered through the small windows, casting long shadows across the room. The night had been long, but now, in the daylight, everything seemed calmer. My nerves were still raw, but I told myself it had been an animal or some strange natural occurrence. It wasn't something to be afraid of. I went outside, my boots crunching on the frost-covered ground. The air was cold and fresh, and the forest was eerily still. I circled the cabin, checking the ground for any signs of what might have been out there. There were no footprints, no signs of disturbance. But something about the stillness unsettled me. The world felt off, like it was holding its breath again. I spent the day trying to push aside the unease I still felt. I went for a long hike through the woods, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but each time, there was nothing there. That night, I locked the door and stayed inside, not daring to step outside again. The tapping never returned, and the night passed without incident. By morning, I was ready to leave. I packed my things, loaded them into the car, and drove back toward the city, the weight of the experience lingering in the back of my mind. It wasn't until I got home and unpacked that I noticed something strange. On the inside of my jacket pocket was a small piece of paper, folded neatly. I hadn't put it there. I unfolded it carefully, and there, written in uneven handwriting, were 3 words: asterisk, you're not alone. Asterisk, I never went back to that cabin. It was the winter of 2018, and I was 32. My name's Colin Hayes. I work a boring job in shipping logistics for a warehouse in Tacoma, Washington. I'm not married, no kids. I've been saving up time off for almost 2 years, and by December, I had 3 full weeks of PTO stacked. I didn't want to fly anywhere. I just wanted a break. Something quiet, something different. That's how I ended up looking for cabin rentals in the northeastern part of the state, close to the Idaho border. That area has a lot of deep forest and snowy mountains, and I figured I'd do some snowshoeing, maybe work on some writing I never finish, and just enjoy the silence. I found a listing on a rental site for a cabin about 20 miles east of a small town called Medline Falls. The owner claimed it was accessible in winter by a maintained logging road. The pictures showed a small one-room cabin with stove, little kitchenette, generator power. Rustic but clean. No Wi-Fi, no cell service. I liked that. It sounded like the kind of place where no one would bother me. The drive from Tacoma was long. I left early in the morning and reached Medline Falls just before dark. I filled the tank, grabbed a few last supplies, and then started east, following the directions the owner had emailed me. The snow was already piling up. This part of the state was getting hit hard by a cold front that week. The logging road was barely plowed. My Subaru had chains and I'd driven in worse before, but the road was narrow and winding and mostly surrounded by forest. The trees were dark shapes looming out of white. There were no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through thick falling snow. It took nearly an hour to get to the cabin. It sat in a clearing maybe 100 feet across, surrounded on all sides by trees. There was no fence, no gate, no other cabins or houses nearby. The nearest neighbor had to be miles away. The generator was outside, humming in a small covered enclosure. I parked, unloaded my gear, and let myself in. Inside, it was cold, but dry and quiet. The place had a worn but solid feel to it. One bed, a little table, with stove in the corner, stacked with kindling. A tiny bathroom with a compost toilet. A 2-burner stove that ran off propane. Simple stuff, the kind of place people use for hunting or short winter stays. I got the stove going, heated up a can of chili, and unpacked my stuff. I had enough food to last more than 2 weeks, 2 5-gallon jugs of drinking water, and a bunch of books, paper, pens, and a laptop that I only used for offline stuff. After eating, I sat by the stove, drank a couple beers, and just listened to the wind. It was exactly what I needed, or so I thought. The first 2 days went by like that. I'd sleep late, get up, make coffee, read or write, then bundle up and take short hikes in the woods. I always stuck to areas near the cabin because the snow was knee-deep and still falling every day. No trails, no signs, just woods and snow. I had a GPS watch and kept track of my steps, always staying within a couple miles of the cabin. I didn't want to get lost out there. On the 3rd day, something small changed. I went out for a walk around 10 in the morning. It had snowed again the night before. Everything was soft, clean, quiet. I walked for about an hour, cutting through a stand of tall pines maybe a mile from the cabin. That's when I saw the first sign of something strange. There were tracks in the snow. Fresh ones. Not mine. Not animal either. Human boots going in a straight line through the trees. No zigzagging, no meandering. Just a straight path heading deeper into the forest. I stopped and looked around. I hadn't seen or heard anyone. And these weren't old prints. The snow had stopped maybe 2 hours ago, and these looked new. I stood there for a minute, staring at them. I wasn't scared exactly, just curious. I decided not to follow them. Not then. I turned back and walked to the cabin, making note of where I'd seen the tracks. I didn't want to mess with someone else's business. Could have been a hunter, or another cabin owner, or even someone just out snowshoeing from farther up the road. But something about it didn't sit right. The direction those prints were heading, there wasn't anything that way except deeper woods and a ridgeline. No cabins, no roads. I tried to forget it, but I kept thinking about it that night. Who the hell else would be out there this deep in this weather? The next day, I went back to the same spot. The tracks were still there, only now they'd been partially covered by more snowfall overnight. But I could still see them. I walked alongside them for maybe 10 minutes, just to see if they went anywhere. They didn't. They just kept going in a straight line, right up the slope of a hill, then disappeared over the ridge. I turned around and went home again. The uneasiness was growing in my gut. I didn't like how perfect the line had been. No one walks like that in deep snow unless they're really focused or determined. That night, just after midnight, I woke up to a sound outside. It was a thump, then another, then silence. I sat up in bed, listening. The wind was blowing lightly. The stove had gone out, and the cabin was cooling fast. I reached for my flashlight and walked to the window. Snow covered everything. I didn't see anything moving. No animals, no lights. I stood there for a while, just watching. Then I saw something at the edge of the clearing. A shape, just standing there, not moving. It was tall, human height, but I couldn't make out details through the snow and dark. I leaned forward, pressing my face to the glass. It was still just standing there. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees. I backed away from the window. My heart was racing. I tried to convince myself it was just another hiker. Maybe someone got turned around and saw the light from my window. But why wouldn't they knock? Why stand at the edge of the clearing in the middle of the night? I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I went out and checked. There were tracks in the snow, coming from the woods, stopping near the tree line, then turning back the way they came. Same kind of boots I'd seen earlier in the week. I started thinking about leaving, packing up early and heading back to town. But part of me didn't want to be scared off. It's a public forest. Anyone can be out there, right? Still, I brought my emergency radio inside, loaded my backpack, and kept my boots and coat near the bed from then on. The next day, it snowed hard. I stayed inside, made soup, read, and tried to write. I kept glancing out the windows. Nothing, just trees and snow. Late that night, I heard the thumping again. It was closer this time. It sounded like footsteps, crunch, 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 moving around the cabin slowly, then stopping, then starting again. I shut off the lantern and stood there in the dark, listening. My breathing was loud in the silence. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped completely. I waited, 10 minutes, then 20. I never heard them leave. The next morning, I found more prints. They circled the cabin, twice, but they didn't lead away. Not exactly. They just ended near a cluster of trees like whoever it was had stood there for a long time, then stepped backwards into the woods. No other signs, no trash, no markings, just prints. That was the day I decided to leave. I packed up everything I could, got the cabin ready to lock, and loaded the car. But when I tried to start it, nothing happened. The engine turned over once, then clicked. Dead. I checked the battery. Looked fine. Fuel was full. I popped the hood and tried to see if anything was loose. I'm not a mechanic, but I've owned the car long enough to know when something's off. And something was definitely off. The spark plug wires were gone. Not chewed. Not broken. Gone. Someone had taken them. That's when the fear really kicked in. This wasn't just someone being weird in the woods. This was someone messing with me. Deliberately. Watching. Waiting. I had two choices. Wait for someone to pass by in the next few days, unlikely, or start walking back toward Meadowline Falls, 20 miles, in snow, with limited daylight, no guarantee of running into anyone. I decided to wait one more day. Maybe someone would come up the road. Maybe the weather would clear. I used the satellite beacon I kept in my emergency kit to send out a check-in ping with my location. No distress call yet. I still thought I might be overreacting. That night, I heard something worse. It was the sound of wood being dragged. Not far off, just beyond the clearing. Then it stopped. I killed the lantern again. Sat in the dark, heart pounding. Nothing moved. No more sounds. But the air felt wrong, like it does before a thunderstorm. In the morning, I stepped outside and found something new. A post had been planted at the edge of the clearing, like a fence post, or a marker. It hadn't been there before. Fresh cut wood, not from the forest, from lumber. Nailed to it was a dead rabbit, skinned, split open down the belly. I turned back inside and triggered the My name's Eric, and I was 31 when it happened. It was February of 2019. I was living in Missoula, Montana at the time, working long hours at an HVAC company. I didn't take vacations often, mostly because I didn't really care for crowded places or flying. My idea of a break was quiet, woods, and no cell reception. I'd done a few solo camping trips before, even spent a weekend in an old fire lookout cabin the year prior. But that year, I wanted something a bit more isolated and off-grid. Somewhere farther out where I could breathe, sleep, maybe snowshoe, and not hear a single car drive by. I booked the cabin through a site that listed private rentals way out in the woods. It was a small, one-room log cabin located about 15 miles west of Lincoln, Montana, owned by an older guy who didn't live nearby. The place had no running water, no electricity, no reception. The pictures showed a wood stove, a cot, a basic table and chair, and a view of endless pine trees from the tiny front porch. That's what I wanted. Peace, stillness, cold air, and silence. I took a Friday and Monday off work, planning to stay from Thursday afternoon to early Monday morning. I packed everything carefully. Canned food, propane stove, a small solar lantern, extra batteries, 2 pairs of gloves, layered clothes, a thick sleeping bag, a fixed blade knife, and a backup .38 revolver that I kept in my truck but rarely ever touched. I didn't expect to need it. I brought it out of habit. The most dangerous thing I'd run into in those woods before were squirrels and the occasional moose. It snowed hard on the drive up. I left Missoula around 10 a.m., and by the time I turned onto the narrow Forest Service road that led to the cabin, it was close to 2 p.m. I had tire chains on my Tacoma and took it slow. There was maybe 1.5 feet of snow on the ground. That far into the woods, the road hadn't been plowed recently. The cabin wasn't on GPS, so I had to use printed directions and count the mileage by hand. When I got there, it was everything I wanted. Secluded, surrounded by frozen trees, and dead quiet. The kind of quiet where even your breath sounds loud. I unlocked the padlock on the front door, stepped inside, and felt the cold hit me harder than it did outside. It was colder indoors because the thick walls had held onto the low temperatures like a freezer. I lit the lantern, then started a fire in the wood stove using the kindling and split logs stacked in the corner. Took a while, but eventually the metal body of the stove started radiating heat. I took off my gloves, unpacked some things, then went back out to unload the rest from the truck. By the time I finished setting up my sleeping bag and food near the stove, it was already getting dark. I made a quick dinner of instant rice and beans on the propane stove, sat on the cot with a thick wool blanket wrapped around me, and stared into the fire. It was quiet in a way you don't hear in the city. Not even the wind, just absolute stillness. The first night passed quietly. I slept cold, but not miserable. The fire burned low by morning, and I had to get up early to relight it. I had my breakfast, instant oatmeal and black coffee from my camp kettle, and decided to spend the day snowshoeing around the area. There was an old logging road nearby that looped for a few miles. I brought a small day pack with snacks, water, and a map. I had the revolver tucked inside a pouch in the pack, but again, just out of habit. It was a beautiful day. Clear sky, blue light bouncing off the snow, no tracks except my own. I hiked for a few hours, got some photos, and headed back by early afternoon. I didn't want to be far from the cabin after dark. That evening, while I was melting snow for water outside, I noticed boot prints near the rear of the cabin. Not mine. I wear a size 10. These were wider, bigger, spaced farther apart like someone heavier had walked through. At first, I assumed they were old. Maybe someone else had been here before me, but the edges were sharp. No snow blown into them, no signs of melt. They were fresh, maybe a few hours old. I followed them with my eyes. They came in from the woods behind the cabin, stopped near the rear window, then turned back and disappeared into the trees again. The thing that unsettled me was how direct the path was. Like whoever it was walked in a straight line to the cabin, went to the window and left. That was it. Not exploring, not hiking around, just walked up and left. I checked the window. Nothing broken, no smudges. It was a small window high up near the stove, not easy to see into unless you stood right up against it. The snow had been falling lightly on and off all day, but not enough to hide prints that fresh. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was the owner or someone else who had permission to be on the land. Still, I brought in more firewood than I needed that night. I locked the front door from the inside, pulled the heavy curtains tight, and set my lantern and knife on the table next to my cot. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up. Once because I thought I heard snow crunch outside. Another time because the fire had gone low again. Every time I opened my eyes, I had the sense that something was off. The kind of gut feeling you get when you know someone's watching you, even if you can't prove it. Saturday morning, I got up and made coffee again, trying to act normal. When I stepped outside, I scanned the snow around the cabin. No new prints, nothing out of place. The sky was gray. A storm was supposed to roll in later in the day, and I debated heading back early, but I'd paid for the place and I still had food and firewood. I figured if it snowed, I'd just dig out and leave on Monday as planned. I spent most of that day indoors, reading, keeping the fire going, writing in a notebook. Around 2 p.m., I took a short walk just to get my blood moving. That's when I noticed something that didn't sit right. About 50 feet off to the north side of the cabin, someone had snapped small branches off several trees. At shoulder height, same size, same direction. It looked intentional, not random. Freshly broken. Snow had just barely started to dust them. I hadn't noticed them before. I walked a slow circle around the cabin again. No new tracks, no fallen trees, but the air had that thick, pressing weight to it, like the woods were holding their breath. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept thinking about those prints, the broken branches, and how isolated I was. No cell signal, no neighbors, no roads within walking distance. Just woods and snow. I eventually drifted off around midnight, still wearing my thermal layers, knife under my pillow, lantern within reach. I woke up suddenly sometime later. It was dark. The fire was almost out. I didn't know why I woke up. There was no sound at first, but then I heard it. A slow creak, like weight shifting on a wooden board. My heart jumped, came again, a little louder. It was the porch. Someone was on the porch. I held my breath and didn't move. The lantern was off, but some faint moonlight was coming in through a gap in the curtains. I couldn't see the door from where I lay, but I could hear every sound clearly. The porch boards creaked again. Then a slow knock. Not hard, not urgent, just 3 slow, spaced out knocks on the door. I stayed frozen. I couldn't explain why, but I had the overwhelming sense that whoever was out there wasn't just lost or confused. I felt something cold grip my spine. I didn't make a sound. I waited. The knocks didn't come again. After maybe a full minute, the porch creaked again, and then it was silent. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed in my cot, knife in hand, eyes on the door, until the first light came through the curtain. When I opened the door the next morning, there were footprints. Again, not mine. They came from the woods, stopped at the porch, and then turned and left. The snow was deeper now, maybe 2.5 feet. It wasn't easy walking in it, but whoever it was had made it in and out again. I stood there for a long time, just staring at those prints, trying to make sense of it. That morning, I packed my things. I didn't care that I had a day left. I loaded everything back into the truck and drove out, chains rattling, tires barely gripping the ice. It took hours to get back to the main road. When I got home, I emailed the cabin owner and told him what happened. He replied a day later, saying no one had permission to be on the property, and that he hadn't been out there since early December. I never went back. I never even drove near that area again. To this day, I don't know who was out there. Maybe a hunter, maybe someone living off the grid, or maybe someone who just liked watching cabins at night. Whatever it was, I knew one thing for sure. They knew I was there, and they wanted me to know they were too. I had always loved the idea of getting away from the chaos of city life. The noise, the lights, the people, it was all too much. So when I found a small cabin listed online, deep in the woods of northern Idaho, I thought it would be the perfect place to spend a weekend. I was 30 years old, had been working nonstop for months, and needed some time alone to decompress. The idea of isolation sounded perfect. The cabin was located about an hour's drive from the nearest town. I rented a car for the trip, not wanting to risk driving my old sedan on an unfamiliar route. The drive up was beautiful at first, tall pines lining the road, the mountain air filling my lungs. The sun was beginning to set as I made my way up the winding road, the sky turning an amber hue. I was excited. Finally, the solitude I'd been craving for months. I arrived at the cabin just as the last light of the day faded. The place was tucked in a small clearing, surrounded by dense trees. It looked just like the pictures, small but cozy, with a porch, a stone chimney, and a wooden door that creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of pine and old wood, a comforting, earthy scent. The cabin had a rustic charm to it, with a large stone fireplace, wooden beams across the ceiling, and a few mismatched pieces of furniture. A simple kitchen, a couple of chairs, and a large window that overlooked the forest were all I needed. After unpacking my things and setting up for the evening, I decided to go for a walk around the cabin. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. The night was completely silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves as a breeze stirred the branches. It was peaceful, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I took a deep breath of fresh air. There was no one for miles, no noise, just the wilderness. As I walked further from the cabin, I noticed how dark it was. The forest was dense, and the trees were so thick that they seemed to swallow up the light from the moon. The path I had been following grew fainter, and I realized that I had wandered farther than I had intended. I tried to turn back, but the trees all looked the same. My heart began to beat a little faster. I had grown up in the suburbs and had never spent much time in the wilderness, let alone this far out. I tried not to panic, but the isolation was starting to get to me. The silence, the darkness, the fact that there was no sound of animals or birds. I hadn't heard a single squirrel or owl, which was odd. I remembered reading that it was a bit off-season for wildlife, but even so, the silence felt unnatural. Finally, I spotted a break in the trees and began to make my way back toward the cabin. As I did, I noticed something strange, a set of footprints in the soft earth, leading away from the direction of the cabin. They were fresh, too, as the dirt had not yet been disturbed by the wind. I crouched down to examine them, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The prints were too big to be mine, and they seemed to lead deeper into the forest. A strange sense of unease crept over me, but I shook it off. Could have been anyone. A hiker, a hunter, maybe someone else staying nearby. But I knew, deep down, that there was no one else. No other houses, no other cabins, no roads. Just the forest, stretching for miles in every direction. I quickened my pace, eager to get back to the cabin. I finally made it back, my legs sore from the hike. The cabin looked even smaller in the dark, with just a faint glow from the fireplace inside. I closed the door behind me, bolting it shut. The silence inside was almost comforting compared to the growing tension outside. That night, I tried to relax. I made a simple dinner, sat by the fire, and read for a while. But as the hours wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The wind had picked up, and the trees outside groaned in the breeze. Every now and then, I thought I heard something, a twig snapping, a faint rustle. But when I looked, there was nothing. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, the isolation getting to me. But when I went to bed later, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, made my heart race. I kept my eyes on the window, hoping to see the soft light of the moon filtering through the trees. Instead, all I saw was darkness. I tossed and turned, trying to calm myself, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. At some point in the night, I heard something outside, a soft thump, like something heavy hitting the ground. I froze, straining my ears to hear. Another thump, then a scrape against the wooden steps outside the door. My heart slammed against my chest, and I lay completely still, listening for any sign that whatever it was had gone away. I had to check. My mind raced with possibilities, an animal, someone trying to get inside. I grabbed a flashlight from the bedside table and slowly made my way to the door. The cabin was eerily quiet, and for a moment I just stood there, listening. Another thump, then the sound of footsteps. Someone or something was walking around the cabin. I held my breath, my hands shaking as I reached for the door handle. I had to see who or what it was. But when I opened the door, there was nothing. No sign of anyone or anything. The steps leading up to the porch were empty, the night still and silent once again. I scanned the woods around me, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was no movement. I stepped outside, cautiously, feeling a wave of cold air brush against my skin. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind rustle the leaves. The feeling of unease lingered, but I couldn't shake the thought that I was just overreacting. I was alone in the woods, after all, and my mind was playing tricks on me. I returned to the cabin, locked the door again, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I woke up early, eager to get out of the cabin for a while. The sun had risen, and the birds were chirping, though it still felt unnervingly quiet. The air was fresh, and the forest looked different in the daylight. But the tracks I had seen the night before were still there, still fresh in the dirt. I stood over them, wondering again who they belonged to. I decided to head into town. I needed to see people, to talk to someone, just to shake off the unease I was feeling. The drive was uneventful, and I spent a few hours at a small cafe, trying to relax. I mentioned the cabin to the barista, but she just smiled and nodded, not seeming to know much about it. She had no idea who owned it or who might have been in the area. When I returned to the cabin, the unsettling feeling returned. I didn't want to be here anymore. I hadn't planned on leaving early, but the idea of staying another night seemed unbearable. It wasn't just the noises or the tracks. It was the sense that something wasn't right. I decided I would pack up and leave first thing the next morning. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I heard something again. The thump, the scrape. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The steps were empty, just as before. But when I shone the flashlight toward the trees, I saw something move. A figure, tall and cloaked in shadows. For a split second, I thought I saw the glint of eyes reflecting in the light. Then it was gone, slipping into the trees. I didn't wait. I ran inside, locked the door, and made sure every window was secure. I stayed awake the rest of the night, my body trembling with fear. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. When morning came, I packed up quickly, barely thinking about anything except getting out of there. I didn't even stop to look at the tracks or the trees as I drove away. I didn't care. The road out of the woods seemed longer than it had the day before. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I filled the gas tank, bought some coffee, and then drove home without looking back. I don't know who or what was out there that night, and I don't ever want to find out. I haven't gone back to that cabin since, and I don't think I ever will. It's funny how something as simple as a few strange noises and a set of footprints can make a place feel so unsafe. But I learned my lesson. Some places are better left alone. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, a chance to disconnect, to forget about the city and the noise of everyday life. My friends and I, 4 of us, had been planning this trip for months. We were all in our mid-20s, and I suppose, in hindsight, we were naive in our excitement to spend a few days in a secluded cabin deep in the woods. It was the fall of 2023 when we decided to head to a cabin located near a small town in northern Michigan. The drive there was long but scenic, with the trees beginning to turn orange and gold, casting a warm glow over the winding roads. I was in my old Subaru with my friend Casey in the passenger seat. Our friends, Jake and Sarah, were in Jake's truck, ahead of us. We had rented the cabin for the weekend through an online service, and although we'd seen a few pictures of it online, we had no idea what to expect in person. None of us had ever been out to this part of Michigan, so the remoteness added to the mystery. The GPS had us take a series of back roads, narrowing as we went further into the woods. The road was little more than gravel and dirt, and the further we went, the fewer houses we saw. By the time we reached the cabin, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows over the trees. The cabin itself was old, nestled deep in a clearing, surrounded by thick pines. There was a small creek nearby and a large deck out front. The place looked like something straight out of a horror movie, rustic and charming, but also a little off. The kind of place where the air feels thick, where the quiet is almost too quiet. The interior was just as I had expected. Wooden floors, a stone fireplace, and a few mismatched chairs. There was a small kitchen, an old table, and 3 bedrooms upstairs. One room had a bed with an old quilt, another had a couple of bunk beds, and the last one was a master bedroom with a huge window that looked out over the woods. It all felt cozy enough, but there was something unsettling about it. Maybe it was the silence, or maybe it was just the unknown, being out in the middle of nowhere, far from any help. The 4 of us unpacked and got settled in, eager to start our weekend. We were a bit nervous at first, not because we thought anything was wrong, but because we had never stayed so far from civilization. Still, we cracked open some beers, made a fire, and tried to push the unease to the back of our minds. As night fell and the fire crackled, we told stories and laughed, each of us pretending to ignore the strange feeling creeping up on us. By the time we decided to go to bed, it was well past midnight. I felt a little unsettled as I climbed into bed. The air had grown colder, and the wind outside began to howl through the trees. The sounds were strange, almost eerie, as if the forest was alive and breathing. But I chalked it up to my imagination. The creaks of the house settled into the background as I drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't a peaceful rest. I kept waking up to sounds from outside, the wind or maybe something else. The first real disturbance happened around 2 a.m. I woke up to the sound of something knocking against the side of the cabin. It was a soft thud at first, like the wind was pushing something against the wall, but then it happened again and again. It wasn't rhythmic like an animal, more random, like something was intentionally making contact with the cabin. I lay there for a few moments, listening. My heart started beating faster, but I told myself it was just a branch or debris. I rolled over, glancing at the window, trying to peer through the dark. There was no light outside, just the pitch-black wilderness. I heard the knock once more, louder this time. Then, a scrape, something dragging across the side of the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't sure what I was hearing. Maybe it was just an animal, but something about it felt wrong. I slid out of bed quietly, not wanting to wake Casey, who was sleeping soundly beside me. My feet hit the cold floor, and I crept toward the window, heart pounding in my chest. I carefully peeked through the blinds, my mind racing. At first, I saw nothing but the inky blackness of the forest. Then, just as I was about to pull away, I caught sight of something, movement, low to the ground, darting across the yard. It was fast, almost too fast, and I couldn't make out what it was. My breath hitched, and I pulled away from the window quickly, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I was scared now. I couldn't explain it, but something didn't feel right. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or if there really was something out there. I didn't wake Casey. Instead, I tried to shake off the feeling and crawled back into bed, covering myself with the blankets. I could hear the wind still howling outside, and the occasional creak of the cabin settled my nerves slightly. But sleep didn't come easily that night. Got it. Here's a long, realistic, first-person scary cabin story with no supernatural elements, based on a random scenario. Everything is detailed and grounded, and the ending is complete and clear. It was early October in 2014 when I decided to take a week off work and head up north to a cabin I found on a rental site. I'd been working long hours in a warehouse in Des Moines, Iowa, and my body was wearing down. I wasn't sleeping well. My lower back hurt every day. I was tired, not just physically, but mentally. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to be around people. I didn't even want to look at my phone. I just needed to disappear for a little bit and breathe. The cabin was in northern Minnesota, near a place called Bear River. I picked it because it was deep in the woods, far from cell service, and the photos made it look simple but comfortable. It was nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place with a small deck, a kitchen, and a wood stove. No Wi-Fi, no TV, not even a landline. It had running water, but it came from a nearby well, and the water heater was propane-powered. The owner left a handwritten note on the kitchen counter about how to turn it on if it went out. The note also said something like, "Closest neighbor is 2 miles down the road, but most folks clear out by the end of September." That was fine by me. I drove up early Saturday morning in my rusted-out Jeep Cherokee and arrived a little after 3 p.m. It had rained that morning, so everything smelled like wet leaves and earth. The dirt road leading to the cabin was rough, muddy in spots, covered in broken branches, but I made it just fine. I parked beside the cabin and stretched my legs. The place looked even better in person. The logs were aged but solid, and the roof had a fresh layer of shingles. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by thick pine and birch trees. The only sounds were the wind and the occasional crack of a branch somewhere deep in the woods. I brought in my supplies, mostly canned food, bottled water, instant coffee, and a few dry goods. I had my hunting knife, a flashlight, a couple of books, and a thick sleeping bag in case the nights got cold. I set everything down on the kitchen table and stood there in the quiet for a while. Felt good. I felt a kind of stillness that I hadn't felt in a long time. That first night, I lit the wood stove and made a can of beef stew. I sat on the deck with my bowl in my lap, watching the trees sway in the wind. I hadn't seen a single other person since leaving the highway. No cars, no hikers, not even distant cabin lights. Just silence. As the sky darkened, the temperature dropped fast. By 8 p.m., it was near freezing. I added more logs to the stove and settled into the creaky twin bed in the corner of the cabin. That night, I slept like the dead. The next few days were peaceful. I hiked around the area, fished in a nearby stream, read a few chapters of a novel I brought, and cooked simple meals. I didn't shave. I didn't check the time. I barely spoke a word out loud. Every day, I saw deer tracks in the mud and heard squirrels fighting in the trees. I saw a fox one morning, darting across the clearing with something in its mouth. Felt like I was slowly resetting something in myself. On the fourth day, Tuesday, I woke up around 6 a.m. because I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just the sound of branches breaking underfoot. I figured it was a deer, maybe a moose. I stayed in bed, listening. After about a minute, it stopped. I didn't think much of it. I went back to sleep. Later that morning, I stepped out onto the deck with my coffee and noticed something strange. There were boot prints in the dirt path beside the cabin. They weren't mine. Mine had a wide heel and a distinct crack in the sole, but these were narrower, cleaner. They came in from the trees behind the cabin and ended near the woodpile. Then they vanished. I checked the trees, looking for movement. Nothing, just stillness. I told myself someone might have passed through. A hiker, maybe, or a hunter. It wasn't hunting season, but people bend the rules out here. I didn't like it, but I didn't panic. I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound outside made me sit up and listen. A branch fell sometime after midnight, and I felt my heart start pounding. I got up and locked the door, even though I knew it wouldn't hold much against someone determined. I kept my knife under the pillow. The next morning, I found more boot prints. This time, they circled the cabin, once around like a wide ring. The ground was soft from rain, so I could follow the path clearly. They came from the same direction as before, out of the woods, and disappeared the same way. I stayed near the cabin that day. I didn't go hiking. I didn't fish. I just sat on the deck, scanning the tree line. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I barely slept at all. Around 2 a.m., I heard something scrape against the outside wall of the cabin. Just once. Long and slow. Then silence. I sat in bed for an hour, clutching the knife. At some point, I fell asleep sitting up. When I woke up, I went outside and walked around the cabin. On the rear wall, just below the window, I saw a fresh scratch. It was deep, maybe 6 inches long, carved into the wood like someone had dragged a blade across it. The prints were back too, fainter this time because the ground had hardened, but still there. I considered packing up and leaving, but part of me felt like I was overreacting. No one had tried to get in. Nothing was stolen. Maybe it was just a nosy hunter messing around. I kept telling myself that, over and over, but I didn't believe it. That evening, I chopped extra firewood and stacked it inside. I kept the stove burning hot. I didn't turn off the lantern. I left the knife on the table beside me and sat in a chair by the window, watching the trees. I must have sat there for 4 hours, barely moving. At some point after midnight, I saw something in the woods. It was far off, maybe 40 or 50 yards away, but close enough to see that it wasn't an animal. Just a shape standing still between 2 trees. I stared at it for a long time. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. I couldn't see a face or clothes, just a human outline. I don't know how long I sat there, staring. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. At some point, it was just gone. I didn't see it move. I didn't hear anything. It was just no longer there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I was packed. I threw everything in the Jeep and started the engine. I didn't eat. I didn't even check the cabin for anything I might have left behind. I just wanted to be gone. The drive out was rough. The rain from earlier in the week had turned the road into deep ruts of mud and water. I pushed through it, tires spinning and slipping, until I hit the county road. Once I reached pavement, I drove straight south without stopping. Back in Des Moines, I went through the motions of daily life. I worked my shifts. I talked to people again. I laughed when I was supposed to. but something inside me had shifted. I didn't tell anyone about the cabin. I didn't want to explain it. I didn't want people thinking I was paranoid or scared. About a month later, I looked up the listing again. The cabin was gone from the site. I tried to find it on a map, but there was no address listed in my rental receipt, just GPS coordinates and a first name, Jim. When I went to plug in the coordinates, they pointed to the middle of the woods, with no structure marked. No road, no building, just trees. I never went back. I didn't even consider it. I deleted the receipt and erased the GPS pin from my phone. Whatever had happened out there, I didn't want to get any closer to it. I still think about those boot prints. I think about the scratches on the wall. I think about the shape in the trees. I don't know what that person wanted. I don't know if they were just watching or if they were waiting for something. I don't know how long they had been out there before I noticed them. But I do know one thing, whoever they were, they weren't passing through. They had been there. They had watched me, and I left just in time. It was early fall when I decided to head out to the cabin for some time alone. The place was tucked deep in the woods, miles away from any town, and my only company would be the thick trees, the rustling leaves, and the occasional animal passing by. I'd rented it off a website, and though it wasn't anything fancy, it was cheap and isolated. Just what I needed to clear my mind after a rough few months. The kind of quiet where you could almost hear yourself think. That's all I wanted. I was 34 years old, and I'd always loved the outdoors, the quiet places far from the chaos of daily life. But this trip was different. For one thing, I wasn't exactly in the best headspace. I'd just gone through a rough breakup, and I thought maybe the isolation would help me shake off the bad energy. A fresh start, I told myself. No distractions. No reminders of everything that had gone wrong. The cabin itself looked like it had been around for decades. A small, two-story building made of dark wood, with a stone chimney that rose up above the roof. The windows were old and a little foggy, and the whole place had that musty, earthy smell of somewhere untouched. No neighbors for miles, just wilderness all around. I had to drive down a dirt road for what felt like forever just to get to the clearing where it sat. When I arrived, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. The air had that crisp bite to it, typical of fall. I unloaded my bags, grabbed the key out of the small lockbox by the door, and stepped inside. The interior was just as I'd expected. Basic furniture, a few old wooden chairs, a small fireplace, and a large window that overlooked the forest. It felt empty, yet strangely peaceful. I thought I could make it work. As soon as I stepped inside, I had a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. An unsettling sensation, like I wasn't entirely alone. But I shook it off. Just nerves, I told myself. No reason to overthink it. The first few days were peaceful. I spent my mornings hiking through the woods, getting lost in the quiet sounds of nature. There was something refreshing about being so far from everything. No one else around to disturb me. But the longer I stayed, the more I started to feel that nagging unease again, like something wasn't right. I started noticing little things. At first, it was just the way the wind would whisper through the trees, like voices murmuring just out of reach. Then there was the odd creaking noise at night, loud enough that it pulled me out of sleep. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else, something irregular, as if something or someone was walking around just outside the walls. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe some animal scurrying about. But the longer I stayed, the more intense it became. The fourth night, I couldn't sleep at all. It wasn't the wind anymore. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, just outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but these footsteps didn't sound like any animal I'd heard before. They were too slow, too methodical, too human. I lay there, staring at the ceiling in the dark, listening as the steps circled the cabin. Each creak of the floorboards made my heart pound harder. I reached for the flashlight beside the bed and shined it out the window. Nothing. The forest was still, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, their shadows stretching across the ground. I told myself it was nothing. The next day, I went into town to pick up some supplies. The town was small, barely more than a handful of buildings and a gas station. I grabbed a few groceries and tried to shake off the feeling that had been following me. I mentioned to the shopkeeper about the noise at night, but she just gave me a strange look and shrugged. "It's probably just the wildlife around here," she said. "Things get a little unsettled in the fall." That didn't make me feel better. In fact, it made the pit in my stomach grow heavier. Something about the way she said it felt off, like she knew more than she was letting on. I spent the next few days in a kind of half-daze, hiking during the day, but feeling more and more on edge at night. The footsteps never stopped. They were always there, circling, pacing. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but the sounds were getting closer, more frequent, until it was hard to ignore them. On the 6th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a kitchen knife and decided to investigate. Maybe it was just an animal that had figured out how to walk upright, or maybe it was some prankster trying to mess with me. Either way, I needed to know. I stepped outside into the cold night air, the ground beneath my boots crunching with each step. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, casting long shadows that made it impossible to see far ahead. The flashlight flickered as I moved through the yard, the beam cutting through the darkness in a weak arc. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, the footsteps never stopping, still pacing in slow, deliberate circles. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I stopped when I reached the far side of the cabin, near the edge of the woods. The sound stopped too. For a moment, there was silence. Then a low, guttural sound, a low growl, came from the darkness ahead. My heart skipped a beat. I froze. Something was out there. Something was watching me. I turned back to the cabin, my heart racing, and saw it. A figure standing by the porch, barely visible in the dim light. It wasn't human. It was tall, almost unnaturally so, and it was crouched low to the ground, its eyes gleaming in the dark. My breath caught in my throat, and I started backing away slowly, the knife shaking in my hand. Then it moved. Faster than I could react, it lunged, and I screamed. I don't remember much after that. I ran, stumbling through the woods, the sound of the thing chasing me, getting closer with each step. I made it back to the cabin, somehow, slamming the door behind me and locking it. I didn't dare look outside, didn't dare breathe. My body was trembling with fear, every noise in the woods now a threat. But eventually, the silence returned. The rest of the night passed in fits of restless sleep, the nightmare of that thing haunting my every thought. In the morning, I packed up as quickly as I could. I didn't care about finishing the trip or finding out what it was. All I wanted was to leave, to get as far away from that place as possible. The woods were no longer a sanctuary, they were a prison. By the time I reached my car, the sun had risen fully, and the world looked normal again. But I knew better. The woods weren't safe. Something had been out there, something that shouldn't have been. And I'd been foolish enough to think it was all in my head. I haven't returned to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. Whatever I heard and whatever I didn't see, I know one thing for certain. It wasn't something I could explain away. Some places are better left unexplored. Some things are better left unknown. I've been wanting to take a break for a long time. Between work, family responsibilities, and the daily grind of city life, the stress was starting to weigh on me. So when I got the chance to take a weekend trip up to a cabin in the woods, I jumped at it. I figured it would be a chance to recharge, to get away from the noise of the city, and finally get some peace. The cabin was located in the forested hills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, about 3 hours from my home in Virginia. I'd rented it online, thinking it would be perfect for a quiet weekend alone. The pictures on the listing looked charming. A rustic, wood and stone cabin with large windows, surrounded by trees and overlooking a small creek. I had no idea what kind of trouble I was walking into. When I arrived, I was surprised by how isolated the cabin was. The drive up was long and winding, and by the time I reached the cabin, I hadn't seen another car for nearly half an hour. The place was tucked into the edge of the forest, surrounded by tall trees that almost seemed to close in around it. The nearest town was miles away, and the last sign of civilization I'd passed was a small gas station and a diner in a town called Elmwood, which had looked like it hadn't seen a tourist in years. The air felt fresh, crisp, and quiet, the perfect place to disconnect. I unlocked the front door, the heavy, creaky sound echoing through the empty cabin. The smell of aged wood and dust hit me, a sharp contrast to the clean, pine-scented air outside. The cabin was everything I expected, with a big stone fireplace in the living room, a small kitchen, and a loft bedroom. A large window in the living room gave a view of the creek below, winding through the trees. I dropped my bags and stood there for a moment, just taking it all in. It was the perfect setting for a few days of solitude. I didn't plan on doing much, just reading, relaxing, maybe taking a walk in the woods. I was looking forward to the peace, but little did I know that peace would quickly turn into something far more unsettling. The first night was uneventful. I cooked myself a simple dinner, sat by the fire, and watched the flames flicker. The sky outside darkened quickly, and by 9 p.m., it was pitch black. There was no light pollution here, no streetlights or headlights from passing cars, just the endless expanse of the forest. It felt both calming and slightly unnerving. But I was tired, so I went to bed early. The bedroom was cozy. A thick quilt covered the bed, and I pulled it up to my chin as I settled in. The only sounds outside were the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig in the distance. I tried to read for a little while, but soon, the quiet lull of the woods had me drifting off. I woke up around 3 a.m. to an odd sound, a low, faint scratching noise coming from somewhere outside the cabin. It wasn't the usual noises you'd expect from the woods, like the wind or an animal scurrying around. It was something more deliberate, something that almost sounded like fingernails scraping against wood. My heart rate picked up, but I told myself it was probably just a raccoon or a squirrel climbing the cabin's outer walls. I tried to go back to sleep, but the noise persisted. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, unsure if I should investigate or just ignore it. The sound eventually stopped, but it left me feeling uneasy. I stayed awake for a while, listening to the stillness of the cabin. Every now and then, the wind would rustle the trees outside, but that strange scratching noise didn't come back. Eventually, I fell back asleep, though the feeling of being watched lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning, I woke up late, around 9 a.m., feeling groggy from the disrupted sleep. I didn't want to let the weird experience last night get to me, so I went about my morning routine, making coffee and eating a quick breakfast. I opened the front door to get some fresh air and stood on the porch for a while, taking in the view of the forest and the creek below. The sun was out now, casting warm light through the trees, and it felt like a good day to explore. I decided to take a walk along the creek. It was only a short hike, and I thought it would be nice to stretch my legs. I slipped on my boots, grabbed a water bottle, and left the cabin, heading down the small trail that led to the water. The air was cool, and the forest was eerily quiet, but in a peaceful way. As I walked along the creek, the silence was almost too much. The usual sounds of birds or small animals weren't there. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't until I reached a small clearing by the creek that I noticed something strange. There was a pile of rocks in the middle of the clearing, stacked carefully, almost too neatly. At first, I thought it might have been a random pile from some old structure, but there was something about it that didn't sit right. The rocks were placed with such precision, as though someone had taken their time to build it. I bent down to inspect them, but just as I was about to touch one, I heard a twig snap behind me. I froze. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Just trees and underbrush. No animal, no person. Just the thick silence of the woods. My heart started to race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I had come here to escape, to get away from everything, but now the woods felt suffocating. My thoughts began to race as I scanned the trees for any movement, but saw nothing. I decided it was best to head back to the cabin. I didn't want to waste any more time feeling like I was being watched. When I turned around to head back, however, I realized something. The path I had come down no longer looked familiar. The trees that had lined the trail seemed different, and the creek that had been on my right was now behind me. My stomach churned. I had been paying close attention when I walked out here, but now it felt like I had wandered off the path without realizing it. I retraced my steps, trying to calm myself, but nothing looked right. The same uneasy feeling from last night crept back into my chest, and I began walking faster, my breath coming a little more quickly. After what felt like an eternity, I finally saw the cabin in the distance. It was barely visible through the thick trees, but the sight of it was enough to relax my racing thoughts. I pushed myself to move faster, almost stumbling through the underbrush as I hurried toward the safety of the cabin. I made it back just as the sun started to dip behind the trees. The sense of dread that had built up over the day slowly started to ease as I stepped into the cabin. The silence inside felt comforting, but that night the scratching sound came again. This time it was louder, and it was coming from inside the cabin. I froze in my bed, the blanket clenched tightly in my hands. The sound was unmistakable, like nails scraping against wood, but it was coming from the walls, not the outside. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what could be making that noise. Was it an animal? A raccoon? A rodent? The sound was so deliberate, so purposeful. It didn't stop. For hours, the scratching continued, and I realized something. Whatever it wasn't going to stop until I did something about it. By the time dawn finally broke, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to leave. I gathered my things quickly, throwing them into my bag without thinking about anything else. I didn't care about the cabin or what might be causing the noise. I just needed to get out. I drove back to Elmwood, not looking back at the cabin once. By the time I reached the gas station, I was already starting to feel a sense of relief. But as I pulled up to the pump, I noticed something odd. There, on the ground near the station, was a small pile of rocks, neatly stacked, just like the ones I had seen by the creek. I paid for my gas and left without saying a word to anyone. The woods, the cabin, the noises, it was all too much. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back. I've always enjoyed getting away from the city. The hustle and noise of urban life had worn me down over the years, and a weekend at a secluded cabin seemed like the perfect remedy. No distractions, no internet, just peace and quiet. So, I booked a small, rustic cabin in the woods for a few days. It was located in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, around a 5-hour drive from my home in Pennsylvania. The cabin was simple: wooden walls, a creaky floor, and large windows that let in plenty of light. The surroundings were breathtaking, with the trees stretching endlessly in every direction, the distant hum of a stream, and the occasional chirp of wildlife. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The air was crisp, fresh, and smelled faintly of pine. The cabin was nestled among thick trees, so it wasn't visible from the nearby road. The kind of place you could disappear into for a while and forget about everything. The owner, a man named John, had warned me over the phone that the weather could get unpredictable in the mountains, especially this time of year. But that wasn't something I thought about much. I was used to hiking and outdoor activities, so I felt prepared for whatever came my way. After unloading my bags and setting up inside, I took a walk around the property. It was small, only a few acres, and most of it was wooded except for a small clearing that had a fire pit. I walked toward it, the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot being the only sound that kept me company. The cabin felt more isolated than I'd expected. I hadn't seen another soul since I turned onto the gravel driveway, and the thought of being alone in such a remote place stirred something deep in my gut. But it was a good kind of discomfort, the kind that makes you feel alive. As nightfall approached, I decided to make a small fire. The first chill of evening crept in, and I wasn't about to let the cold dampen the mood. I built the fire carefully, using dry wood I found stacked near the shed, and soon a warm glow flickered in the clearing. I sat on a fallen log and just stared into the flames, letting my mind wander. The crackling fire, the flickering shadows, the occasional rustle of leaves. Everything felt so peaceful, but something was off. At first, I thought it was just the isolation messing with my head. After all, being alone in the woods at night was bound to make me a little jumpy. But as the evening wore on, the feeling only intensified. It was like someone or something was watching me from the darkness between the trees. I tried to shrug it off. I had read about people being more sensitive to their surroundings when they were alone in the wilderness. It's easy to imagine things, to think you hear footsteps when it's just the wind. But I couldn't ignore it. There was something about the silence that felt unnatural. It wasn't the usual forest sounds I was used to. It was too still. The animals that usually called out at night were eerily quiet. No owls, no crickets, no rustling in the bushes. Just the fire and the dark. I finished my meal quickly, the unease building inside me like a knot in my stomach. I told myself it was just my imagination. I wasn't afraid of the woods. I'd hiked alone in the wilderness many times before, and I'd always felt safe. But tonight, something was different. I returned to the cabin and locked the door behind me, though I knew it was unnecessary. The lock was old and rusted, and it wouldn't have kept anyone out if they really wanted in. But it made me feel better. I turned on a lamp and sat at the table, trying to distract myself with a book. The flickering of the lamp's light did little to calm me, and every creak of the floorboards sounded too loud. Every gust of wind outside sounded too forceful, too insistent. Around midnight, I heard it. A knock, just one, faint but distinct, came from the front door. I froze. I didn't know anyone nearby. The nearest neighbors were miles away, and no one had been on the road all day. It was too dark for anyone to be out walking, especially with the cold settling in. I waited, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. The knock came again, louder this time, and then nothing, complete silence. I sat there, staring at the door, trying to think logically. Maybe it was just an animal. Maybe a branch had hit the door in the wind. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. The knock had been too deliberate, too purposeful, and the silence that followed was unnerving. I didn't want to open the door. The thought of stepping out into that cold, dark night made my blood run cold. But I had to know. So I grabbed the flashlight, took a deep breath, and approached the door cautiously. The handle turned without resistance. I stepped outside, my heart in my throat. Nothing. The night was pitch black, and there was no sign of anyone or anything. I scanned the area around me, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the darkness. But there was no movement, just trees, shadows, and the distant sounds of the forest. I took a deep breath and closed the door behind me, locking it again. I felt ridiculous. There was no one here, no reason to be afraid. But the tension in my chest wouldn't go away. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling. I spent the rest of the night trying to sleep, but it was impossible. I kept hearing things, creaks, thuds, distant footsteps. Maybe I couldn't tell if I was imagining it or if something was actually out there. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on me. By the time the first light of morning filtered through the trees, I was exhausted. My nerves were shot, but I told myself it was just a bad night. I'd been spooked by the isolation, nothing more. I spent the rest of the day exploring the area, trying to put the night behind me. But as the evening drew closer, I found myself growing more anxious. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I decided to stay inside the cabin that night. I didn't care if it seemed paranoid or irrational. I just didn't feel safe. I made sure all the windows were locked and pulled the heavy curtains shut. I stayed away from the fire pit. I stayed inside, sitting by the small kitchen table, my eyes flicking to the door every few seconds. Then, just as I was starting to convince myself it had all been in my head, I heard it again. The knock. One. Soft. Deliberate. Almost as if someone was testing the door, seeing if it would open. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited, hoping it would stop. But then, another knock. This time, louder. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky. My fingers fumbled for my phone, but it was out of reach on the counter. I couldn't take my eyes off the door. Another knock. This time, I was sure I wasn't imagining it. Someone was outside, and they were trying to get in. I grabbed the flashlight again, heart pounding, and approached the door. I checked the peephole, nothing. But I wasn't going to open it. No way. The cabin felt too quiet, too still. I could feel someone on the other side, standing just out of sight, waiting. I don't know how long I stood there, my hand on the door handle, but finally, the knocks stopped. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. I couldn't bring myself to move, but I knew I couldn't stay there forever. Eventually, I worked up the courage to open the door. I didn't want to, but I had to know. When I stepped outside, I didn't see anything. No footprints in the dirt, no evidence of anyone standing near the door. Just the same empty woods, the same cold, silent night. But as I stood there, staring into the dark, I knew one thing for sure. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me, and they knew I was alone. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't want to stick around to find out who or what had been out there. The drive back home was long, and I couldn't stop thinking about that knock. About the way it sounded so much like someone testing the door, just waiting for me to open it. I never went back to that cabin. I had never been the type of person to scare easily, but something about Pine Ridge Cabin changed that. It wasn't the isolation. It wasn't the creepy old trees that stood like sentinels surrounding the property. It wasn't even the strange noise I heard when I first arrived. It was something else, something far more subtle, something that crawled under your skin and made every moment feel like an eternity. It was the fall of 2021, and I was 32 years old. The pandemic had taken a toll on everyone, and after months of being stuck at home, I decided to go on a solo trip to clear my head. I'd heard about Pine Ridge Cabin from a friend of a friend who'd rented it out the previous year. They described it as peaceful, serene, even the perfect place for someone like me who just needed some time alone to think. I rented the cabin for a week, looking forward to the time away from the city noise, the chaos of work, and the constant ping of notifications. Pine Ridge was a small, rustic cabin deep in the woods of a place called Bridle Creek, nestled about 60 miles north of my home. The only way in was through a winding dirt road, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass at once. As soon as I arrived, I could feel the air was different here, crisp, thick with the scent of pine trees, and quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of quiet that fills your ears and makes you aware of every little sound. The wind rustling through the leaves, the distant call of a bird, the snap of a twig somewhere in the forest. I had everything I needed: food, my hiking gear, a couple of books, and enough time to forget about the world outside. The cabin itself was small, old, and unassuming, with a stone chimney, a creaky porch, and windows that let in plenty of natural light. It was the kind of cabin you'd see in a postcard, charming, rustic, a perfect getaway. I spent the first couple of days exploring the woods nearby, walking along narrow paths, admiring the scenery, and enjoying the fresh air. I didn't feel scared at all. But then, on the third night, things began to change. It started with the noises. They were faint at first, rustling sounds that seemed to come from the woods just outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. The trees were thick, after all, and I was far from any neighbors. But the noises grew louder, more distinct. Twigs snapping, a dragging sound, and, for a brief moment, I swore I heard footsteps on the porch, slow, deliberate, like someone was walking around the cabin. I stood frozen in the living room, my eyes darting to the window that looked out onto the porch, but I saw nothing. The wind had picked up, and it could have been the trees moving, I told myself. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the wind, animals, or my overactive imagination. But it wasn't just the noises. The temperature inside the cabin started to drop, even though the heater was on. I wrapped myself in blankets, feeling a chill that seemed to come from within the walls. That night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, I heard it again. A soft thud on the porch, a low creak of wood, as if someone was slowly walking across the old floorboards outside. My heart pounded in my chest. I had locked the doors when I arrived, double-checked them, but the thought of someone being out there in the dark, so close, unsettled me. I got up, grabbed the flashlight from the table, and tiptoed toward the window. Peering out into the night, I saw nothing but the silhouette of the trees swaying in the wind. I breathed a sigh of relief, telling myself it was just my nerves. But the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, pressing down on me, tightening around my chest. The quiet outside was so dense, so absolute, that it felt unnatural. I tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. When I finally did drift off, I was plagued by strange, fragmented dreams. Visions of people standing outside the cabin, their faces hidden in shadows, their eyes cold and empty. I woke several times, drenched in sweat, heart racing. The next day, I spent most of the morning hiking to shake off the unease. But it didn't work. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the tension in the air seemed to thicken. I began to notice small things that didn't add up. The cabin door, which I had locked when I went to bed, was slightly ajar the next morning. I was sure I'd locked it, but there it was, cracked open. My backpack, which I had left by the door, was moved. Just slightly, but enough to be noticeable. It wasn't the wind. There was no way the wind could have done that. But what unsettled me the most was the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't just the occasional rustle of branches or the distant sound of an animal. It was something different, something more deliberate. It was the feeling that someone, or something, was keeping an eye on me, waiting. On the fifth night, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to stay up, to keep watch. I sat in the armchair by the window, the flashlight beside me, and stared out into the darkness. The night was unusually still, but every creak of the house, every gust of wind, felt like it was part of something larger, something purposeful. Hours passed, and I began to question my own sanity. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to me. Maybe the dark, endless woods had a way of playing tricks on the mind. But then, at 2:03 a.m., I saw it. A figure, standing just beyond the edge of the porch, barely visible in the dim light of the cabin's window. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was a person. I froze. My heart seemed to stop. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring at the cabin. I reached for the flashlight and pointed it at the window, but when I looked back out, the figure was gone. I jumped up and rushed to the door, locking it again, this time double-checking the deadbolt. But the unsettling feeling lingered. It wasn't just the figure. It was the way everything seemed to be closing in around me, as if the cabin itself was part of some larger, more sinister plan. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed up everything I could as quickly as possible. I didn't care that I had a few more days left on my rental agreement. The woods, the cabin, the silence. It all felt wrong, like a trap that was slowly closing in on me. As I made my way down the dirt road toward civilization, I didn't look back. I didn't care about the beautiful views or the peaceful isolation. Pine Ridge Cabin wasn't peaceful. It wasn't serene. It was a place that should have been left undisturbed. And as I drove away, I realized something. I had never truly been alone. Something had been watching me the entire time. And whatever it was, I was sure it was still there, deep in the woods, waiting for the next person who would make the mistake of renting Pine Ridge Cabin. I had always wanted to escape the noise of the city, to find some peace and quiet away from everything. Away from people, from work, from my phone constantly buzzing with notifications. So, when the opportunity arose to rent a cabin in the woods for a weekend, I jumped at it. The place was supposed to be remote, with nothing but trees and hills around it for miles. It sounded perfect, just what I needed to clear my head. The cabin was located in a small, secluded area near the edge of a forest, about a 3-hour drive from the city. It was autumn, and the trees were just starting to show their vibrant orange and red hues. The drive itself was beautiful, winding roads, the occasional old farmhouse, and the distant sound of birds chirping. Felt like a peaceful escape, like a storybook life. I arrived at the cabin around late afternoon. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. The cabin was small but charming, made of rough-hewn logs with a stone chimney that was already beginning to puff out some smoke. The porch creaked underfoot as I stepped out of the car, and I took a deep breath of the cool, crisp air. It was quieter than I'd ever remembered hearing before. The owner of the cabin, a man named Stan, had left a key under the doormat for me. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was rustic but comfortable, with a wood stove in the corner, a couch covered in plaid fabric, and a few old paintings hanging on the walls. It looked like a place you could just curl up and forget the world outside. The kitchen was well equipped, and there was a small dining table by the window. The light from the setting sun streamed in, painting the room with a warm golden glow. I could already feel my shoulders relaxing, my mind starting to let go of the tension I had brought with me. I didn't waste any time setting up. I unpacked my things, put some firewood in the stove, and started making dinner. The first evening passed in peace. I ate, read a little, and then sat on the porch for a while, watching the stars come out. There were no city lights here, just an endless expanse of sky, and the stars were brighter than I'd ever seen them. The night was still, almost unnervingly so. There wasn't even the sound of a breeze. It wasn't until later that night that things started to feel a little off. I was in bed, tucked under the thick covers, trying to sleep. The silence was unnerving now, almost oppressive. I kept hearing small sounds, like a twig snapping in the woods or the rustle of leaves. But I wasn't sure if I was imagining it or if it was real. My mind kept returning to the window. I had left it slightly open to let in some fresh air, and now it felt like the room was getting colder. The wind outside had picked up, but there was still no sound of it. I lay there listening. It was too quiet. My mind started to race, filling the silence with irrational thoughts. What if there was someone outside? Someone watching me? I shook the thought away, telling myself I was being paranoid. It was just the isolation getting to me. I tried to focus on my breathing, slow and steady, and eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I woke up with a headache. The air felt thick, as though the storm clouds of the previous night were still lingering around. I tried to shake off the feeling and went outside to make breakfast, but something wasn't right. The woods around the cabin looked different. The trees were still there, but the shadows seemed longer, the branches twisted in strange angles, like they were reaching out to me. I brushed it off and went about my day, hiking around the area a bit and exploring the woods. The trails were winding and narrow, the ground covered in damp leaves. Every now and then, I would hear something move behind me, just a rustle in the underbrush, but when I turned, there was nothing there. The more I walked, the more I felt like I wasn't alone. I started to hurry my steps, even though there was no logical reason for it. I had no idea why I felt so uneasy. When I got back to the cabin later in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt near the door, large, muddy prints like someone had been walking around the cabin. I stood there for a moment, just staring at them. My heart skipped a beat. I knew I hadn't seen anyone all day. The closest neighbors were miles away, and there hadn't been any cars parked nearby when I arrived. No one was supposed to be here. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Could have been an animal, maybe a deer or something else. Still, the thought that someone might have been here, someone who I didn't know, left me with a cold knot in my stomach. I locked the door, double-checking it, and spent the rest of the evening inside, trying not to think about the footprints. That night, the noises came again. The creaking of the cabin, the soft rustle of the trees outside, the occasional snap of a twig. But now, it wasn't just the sounds that unsettled me. It was the feeling. It was like I wasn't alone in the cabin, even though I couldn't see anyone. Every little noise, every movement felt like it was being watched. I thought about the footprints again, about the way the trees looked wrong, like they were closing in around me. I lay in bed, trying to convince myself that I was just imagining things. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I thought about the possibility of leaving, packing my things and driving back to the city. But something kept me there. Maybe it was the quiet, maybe it was the fact that I had already come so far. But most of all, I was afraid that if I left, I would be giving in to whatever fear was gripping me. The next day, I decided to venture farther into the woods. I thought that if I could get some distance from the cabin, I might feel better. I packed a bag with some snacks and water, grabbed a map of the area, and set out early in the morning. The trees grew thicker the deeper I went, and the trail became less defined. I had to climb over fallen logs and push through dense underbrush. The silence was absolute now, not even birds calling from the trees. I was getting further and further from the cabin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. I paused at one point, breathing heavily from the climb. The silence was deafening. My eyes darted around, scanning the woods for any movement, any sign of life. But all I saw was the endless expanse of trees, their gnarled branches stretching overhead like hands reaching for the sky. Then I heard something. It was faint, almost too quiet to hear, but it was there. A soft crunch of leaves, footsteps, coming from somewhere behind me. I froze. My heart started to race. I turned around slowly, scanning the trees, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the endless forest. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was getting closer. I didn't want to turn back. I didn't want to feel like I was running, but I couldn't ignore the fear creeping up my spine. I decided to head back to the cabin. My footsteps were hurried now, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The woods seemed darker, the trees closing in around me like a wall. I felt eyes on my back, felt the weight of something following me. I was certain of it. I pushed myself harder, adrenaline rushing through my veins. I had to get back to the cabin. I had to be safe. When I finally reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me, locking it as quickly as I could. I sat there, breathing heavily, my mind racing. I didn't know what to think anymore. My rational mind kept telling me I was just being paranoid, but the fear in my gut told me otherwise. I hadn't seen anyone in the woods, but I knew something had been there. Something had been watching me. That night, I stayed awake, sitting in the chair by the window, watching the darkness outside. The silence was maddening now. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain began to fall in sheets, pelting against the windows. The world outside felt like a different place, dark and cold, a place where anything could be lurking. Couldn't let my guard down. Around midnight, I heard a knock at the door. It was quiet at first, a soft tap, like someone trying to be discreet. I didn't move. My heart stopped, my mind racing. Another knock, louder this time, and I felt my stomach twist with dread. No one was supposed to be out there. There was no one around. I grabbed the heavy flashlight from the table and slowly approached the door. I didn't open it, just stood there, pressing my ear against the wood. The knock came again, louder this time, more urgent. My breath was shallow, my hands shaking. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I leave? Instead, I stood there, paralyzed with fear. The knocking stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, the silence so thick I could hear my own heartbeat. But then I heard it, a low, rasping breath, like someone was standing right outside, breathing heavily. I backed away from the door slowly, keeping my eyes on the handle. The knob turned, just slightly, and then it stopped. That was when I made my decision. I grabbed my things, shoved them into my bag, and left the cabin in the dead of night. I didn't care about the rain, the cold, or the darkness. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary when I drove up the winding road to the cabin. It was the kind of weekend getaway I needed. Some solitude, fresh air, and the silence of nature to clear my head. I'd rented this little cabin on Pine Ridge for a few days, just to get away from the stress of work and life. It wasn't too far from the small town of Ashford, about an hour's drive, and the place seemed perfect for a quiet retreat. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by towering pines and thick underbrush. It wasn't one of those fancy vacation homes with Wi-Fi and all the modern conveniences. No, this was rustic, something built with simple materials, a small porch, a stone chimney, and thick wooden walls. Inside, it smelled of pine and old wood, and I could see the remnants of someone else's stay, maybe from the previous season, still lingering. A few empty cans of soup, a dusty book on the mantel, a half-burned candle in the corner. Felt abandoned, yet not quite, like a place where people once lived, but now stood empty for months, maybe even years. I had arrived just as the sun was setting, casting the forest in a rich orange glow. It was the kind of sunset that made you feel peaceful, like nothing could possibly go wrong. I unpacked my things, clothes, some books, a few snacks, and settled into the cabin. The quiet was thick, almost oppressive. I could hear nothing but the rustling of leaves in the wind outside and the occasional creaking of the cabin as the night temperature dropped. The first night was peaceful enough. I slept in the small, cozy bed with a thick quilt, the sound of the wind howling outside. There were no disturbances, no strange noises, just the natural hum of the forest. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to press so close to the cabin, or the way the wind would occasionally howl, almost like it was trying to speak. It wasn't fear, not exactly, just a nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The second day, I decided to explore. I packed a small bag and ventured out into the woods. Pine Ridge was known for its hiking trails, and I thought I could use some time on my own. The air was cool, the ground soft beneath my boots. The forest seemed endless, stretching far into the horizon. But there was a sense of isolation here, something that tugged at me. No sounds from wildlife, no distant chatter from other hikers. It was as if the forest was holding its breath. I walked for hours, passing through thick thickets of trees and over rocky streams. I wasn't lost, but I felt like I was drifting farther and farther from the world. There were no other hikers, no signs of life, and the silence was unnerving. It wasn't until the late afternoon that I realized I'd ventured too far from the cabin. The sun was sinking low, and I had no idea how to get back. I retraced my steps, but everything seemed different. The trees looked the same, but somehow the landscape had shifted in subtle ways. The path I'd taken earlier now appeared overgrown, the underbrush thicker. Felt like the forest was closing in around me, blocking my way. Panic began to crawl up my throat. I hadn't expected to be out here this long. I hadn't expected to get lost. The shadows lengthened as the sun dipped below the horizon. I could still see a faint light from the cabin, but it was far in the distance. I began to walk faster, pushing through the thickening underbrush. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent my heart racing. I wasn't sure what I was afraid of, but I knew that I needed to get back. I couldn't explain it, but there was something about this place that unsettled me. By the time I reached the cabin, the night had fully set in. The sky was pitch black, the stars hidden by the thick canopy of trees. I was exhausted both physically and mentally. The walk back had taken longer than I'd expected, and the quiet of the forest had only made things worse. I stood at the porch, breathing heavily, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled deep in my chest. Inside, I locked the door behind me and sank into the nearest chair. The cabin felt too quiet now. It was like the woods outside were pressing against the walls, and the isolation seemed more oppressive than ever. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just exhaustion. I made myself a simple dinner, some pasta, and ate it in the dim light of the cabin. The quiet continued to weigh on me, but I forced myself to ignore it. As I prepared for bed, I noticed something strange. The air in the cabin had changed. It wasn't just the usual coldness of night setting in. It felt thicker somehow, heavier. It was hard to describe, but it was as if the entire cabin had become uncomfortable. The walls seemed to close in around me, and the silence became almost deafening. I lay down in bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, and tried to sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing sounds, faint at first, like the creaking of floorboards or the rustle of clothing. At first, I told myself it was just the old cabin settling, but after a while, I wasn't so sure. The sounds didn't stop. They grew louder, and I started to hear something else, like breathing. Soft, shallow breathing coming from somewhere in the room. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, straining my ears to listen. I could still hear the breathing, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. My eyes darted around the dark room, but I saw nothing. The breathing continued, steady and slow, as if it were right next to me. I reached for the flashlight I'd left on the nightstand, but it was gone. I hadn't moved it, yet it was no longer where I'd placed it. The silence returned suddenly, and I let out a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. I must have imagined it. I must have been so tired that my mind had started playing tricks on me. But then I heard the noise again. This time it was louder, a scraping sound, like something was dragging across the floor. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, feeling for my boots on the floor. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic. I grabbed it and stood, feeling the weight of the flashlight in my hand. The room was pitch black, but I could still make out the shape of the door. Slowly, I crept toward it, every step making the floorboards groan beneath my weight. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but the air felt suffocating, thick with dread. As I reached for the door, something shifted in the corner of the room. My heart skipped a beat, and I whipped around, shining the flashlight into the dark. But there was nothing there, just the empty room. The shadows stretched long across the floor. I felt a rush of relief, but also a strange sense of frustration. I was on edge, and the exhaustion was wearing me down. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things or if there was something actually wrong here. I wanted to leave, but I didn't know if I could make it back to the town before morning. I decided to stay the night, though the unease lingered. I didn't feel safe, but I couldn't leave the cabin in the dark, not with the forest around me. By morning, the tension had passed. The daylight seemed to clear the air, and the world outside looked peaceful once again. I spent the rest of my time at the cabin in a sort of daze. Every time I went outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was just beyond the trees, waiting for me to slip up. I cut my trip short, leaving the cabin earlier than planned. Even now, when I think back on it, I don't know what happened. Was it just the isolation, the quiet, or was there something truly off about that cabin? I don't know, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm not the only one who's ever stayed there. I never went back to Pine Ridge, and though I've forgotten many details about that place, the sense of being watched, of not being alone, stays with me. I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I decided to rent a cabin for the weekend. I was 35, recently divorced, and just looking for a break from the chaos of my life. A few days of quiet, a few days to be alone, away from the noise of the city. So when I found the cabin online, nestled deep in the woods, about 2 hours away from my town, I thought it sounded perfect. The reviews all praised how secluded and peaceful it was. No one to bother you, nothing but trees, mountains, and the occasional deer to share your space. The drive there felt longer than I thought it would. It wasn't the most pleasant of journeys either. The road was narrow and winding, twisting up through the hills. My old sedan rattled against the uneven pavement, the tires crunching over rocks and gravel. I turned off the main road and onto a much smaller, more beaten-up trail that led to the cabin. The GPS had failed me by this point, and I was just relying on the directions from the owner. The trees were thick, taller than any I'd seen back home, their branches hanging low, blocking the sunlight and casting strange shadows on the road. After a while, I began to doubt my decision. What had I gotten myself into? There wasn't a single other car in sight, not a sign of life anywhere. The trees were so dense that I couldn't see anything but the road and the occasional clearing that opened up for a split second, only to be swallowed by the forest once again. I drove slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead. My mind wandered to my ex-husband, to the mess I had left behind, to the brokenness I was trying to escape. I didn't want to think about it. I wanted to be in the moment, so I focused on the beauty of the woods, the crisp air filling my lungs. After what felt like an eternity, the cabin finally appeared. It was a small, 2-story building made of weathered wood, sitting at the edge of a small clearing. The roof had patches of moss growing on it, and the windows were a little dirty, but the place had a certain charm to it. A fire pit lay just in front, with a few chairs scattered around it. The cabin seemed isolated, completely surrounded by trees with no neighbors in sight. The perfect escape. I parked the car and stepped out into the fresh, cool air. The ground was damp, and I could hear the faint sound of water trickling somewhere in the distance. A creek, perhaps, but I couldn't see it from where I stood. The air smelled earthy, a mix of pine and wet leaves. Unlocking the door, I stepped inside. It was small but cozy, with wood floors, a stone fireplace, and large windows that let in the fading light of the late afternoon. The smell of pine and old wood lingered in the air, reminding me that I was far from civilization. I felt a brief sense of relief. It was exactly what I needed, a place where I could be alone. No distractions, no noise, just peace. The first night passed in perfect silence. I cooked a simple meal on the stove, then sat by the fireplace, reading a book I had brought. The crackling of the fire was the only sound, and it made me feel safe, comfortable. I had no real plans for the next day, except to maybe hike through the woods nearby. It seemed like a good way to clear my mind. As the night wore on, I went to bed early, tired from the long drive. The bed was comfortable, the sheets soft, but sleep didn't come easy. I kept hearing noises outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind. The trees were thick around the cabin, and I could imagine the wind howling through them, making strange noises. But then there were other sounds, rustling like something was moving near the cabin. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, and tried to ignore it. But the noises continued, too rhythmic to be random. I pulled the covers tighter around me and tried to sleep, but it wasn't easy. I woke up in the middle of the night. The room was dark, the only light coming from the dim moon outside the window. There was something in the air, a heaviness, like the atmosphere had changed. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it deep in my chest, a sinking feeling. I lay still, listening, waiting for the sounds I had heard earlier to return. But there was nothing, just silence. I didn't sleep well after that. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted. The sun was just beginning to peek through the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. I made coffee, trying to shake off the unease I felt. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I wasn't used to being out here, so far from everything. Maybe I just needed some time to adjust. After breakfast, I decided to go for a walk. The air was fresh, the trees were beautiful, and there was a part of me that really wanted to enjoy this. I grabbed my jacket, put on my boots, and stepped outside. The world was still quiet, the birds just beginning to stir, the breeze cool against my skin. I walked toward the creek, following the sound of water until I found it, a narrow stream running through the woods. I knelt down to touch the water. It was cold, refreshing. I let out a sigh, feeling a little bit of my tension fade away. But as I stood up, I felt something shift in the air again. The feeling was subtle at first, but it was there. Something wasn't right. I turned around, but there was nothing. The woods stretched out in every direction, nothing but trees and shadows. I heard a snap, a twig breaking off to my right, followed by more rustling. This time, I didn't tell myself it was just an animal. My heart rate quickened. I was being watched. I turned, my eyes scanning the trees, but I saw nothing. The feeling didn't go away, though. It grew stronger, and I couldn't shake the sense that something, or someone, was close by. My feet carried me back toward the cabin before I even consciously decided to leave the creek. I didn't look back until I was safely inside. I locked the door and stood there for a moment, trying to calm my breathing. The rest of the day passed without incident. I stayed inside mostly. I couldn't bring myself to go back out into the woods. As night fell, I once again felt that unsettling quiet. I kept the lights on, the fire burning in the hearth. I didn't want to be in the dark. Every sound, every creak of the cabin seemed amplified. The isolation was getting to me. Then, around midnight, it happened again. The rustling, the snap of a branch, this time closer. It sounded like it was right outside the cabin, just beyond the walls. I stood there, frozen. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. The noises stopped, but the fear didn't. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly approached the door, my feet hesitant with every step. When I opened the door, I shined the flashlight out into the clearing. There was nothing there. The woods were dark, the trees swaying gently in the wind, but the air felt thick, like it was pressing in on me. I closed the door quickly and locked it, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be out there. I wasn't imagining the sounds. They were real, and something had been moving around the cabin. I decided to leave the next morning. The thought of staying any longer was unbearable. As I packed my things, I heard another sound, closer this time. I froze, holding my breath, listening for it again. But it was gone. I hurried to finish packing, my hands shaking as I stuffed clothes into my bag. When I stepped outside to leave, I took one last look at the cabin, the place that had promised me peace and solitude. It didn't feel peaceful anymore. The woods seemed alive, watching me. I slammed the car door shut and drove off without looking back. The drive home felt long, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be out of those woods, away from the unease that had followed me there. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I was home, safe. The tension in my chest eased as I stepped out of the car and walked inside. The cabin was behind me, and with it, whatever had been lurking in the woods. It didn't matter now. I was free. I never went back to that cabin, and I never found out what had been moving around outside that night. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe it wasn't. But whatever it was, it stayed in the woods, and I stayed far away. I was 33 the summer I decided to take a break from everything. I'd been working a draining job in Des Moines for the last 10 years, managing logistics at a distribution center. Nothing fancy, just long hours and stress that sat like a brick on my chest every day. I wasn't married, didn't have kids, didn't even own a dog. That made it easier to pack up and leave for a while. I needed quiet, not a vacation with tours and schedules. Not hotels with TVs in every room and staff walking by your door every 5 minutes. I wanted to go somewhere away from people, from noise, from everything. Just trees, wind, and silence. I started searching for remote cabin rentals around Iowa, then drifted further into Minnesota and finally settled on one in Wisconsin. It was tucked into a pocket of dense woods outside a little town called Ember Falls. The cabin sat near Bear Creek, maybe 15 miles off the highway and 10 miles from the nearest paved road. You had to drive through Forest Service roads, gravel stretches, and cross 2 shallow streams just to reach it. That's what sold me. The more inconvenient it was to get there, the better. I booked it for 4 weeks, June 3rd to July 1st, 2022. The owner was a guy named Martin who lived in Ember Falls. He owned a few off-grid cabins he rented out seasonally. The one I picked didn't have internet, no cell service, no neighbors. It had a hand pump for water and a solar panel for minimal power, just enough to run a small fridge and one light inside. I didn't care. That was exactly what I needed. Peace. I drove up on a Thursday, left around 6 in the morning. Packed my truck with coolers, canned food, a big jug of drinking water, tools, a few changes of clothes, notebooks, and books. I even brought a solar charger for emergencies. The drive took most of the day. Once I left the main road, the trail to the cabin was rough. My tires kicked up gravel and leaves. Branches scraped along my truck doors like nails. Felt like I was being swallowed by the woods, and I liked that. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees. The place was small but clean. A single room with a bed, a table, a wood stove, and a tiny kitchen space. The front porch looked out over the trees, and you could hear Bear Creek if you stood still enough. There was an outhouse about 30 feet away, behind some trees, and a small fire pit near the porch. I unpacked, got the pump running, stored my food in the fridge, and settled in. That night, I lit a fire and sat outside until it was too dark to see anything but outlines. No cars, no planes, just crickets, frogs, and wind. It was perfect. The first week went by quietly. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee on the propane stove, then hike around. There were old trails behind the cabin that looped through the forest. Some were overgrown, but I followed them anyway. I carried a compass and a map Martin left me just in case. I kept track of landmarks, fallen logs, odd-shaped rocks, splits in the path. I'd walk until I got tired, then come back and read, write, or chop firewood. Sometimes I'd spot deer. Once, a fox. No bears, though I found claw marks on a tree one morning about 2 miles out. Probably a black bear marking territory. I wasn't scared. I knew how to handle myself outdoors. I kept a hunting knife on me and bear spray in my backpack. Plus, I wasn't here to fight nature. I respected it. But things started to feel off during the second week. It began with little things. One morning, I found the firewood pile knocked over. Not just tipped, but scattered. Some logs were tossed 5 or 6 feet from the stack. I thought maybe a raccoon or a deer had been nosing around, but it seemed too messy for that. Then I started waking up at night. Not from sounds exactly, more from a feeling, like something was nearby, watching. I'd sit up in bed, heart beating too fast, listening. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and careful, circling the cabin. But whenever I opened the door and looked out with my flashlight, there was nothing, just trees and shadows. I told myself it was just animals. The woods are full of noise if you're quiet long enough. On day 10, I went for a longer hike, taking the western trail that looped around the ridge behind the cabin. I was a few hours out when I found something strange. A pile of stones, stacked deliberately, maybe 2 feet high like a small cairn. Not that weird by itself, but it was in the middle of the trail. No reason for it to be there. I assumed it was from another hiker, maybe someone marking the way, though it felt too remote for that. I pushed it over, not thinking much of it. That night, the sounds outside were louder. Not animals, not wind, snapping twigs, heavy steps, then silence. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. No tracks, no damage. Just the firewood pile again, scattered. This time, the outhouse door was open. I never left it open. I was starting to feel less alone out there. And not in a good way. I kept hiking anyway, though I stayed closer. I carried the knife more often. I kept the bear spray on the nightstand now. Every time I walked through the woods, I felt like something was just behind the trees, waiting for me to turn around. But there was never anything there. Then, on day 14, I found something that stopped me cold. I was walking the northern loop that crossed Bear Creek and circled back around through a shallow valley. There was a bend in the creek where the trees opened up, and that's where I saw it. Clothes. A pile of old clothes sitting in the dirt. Torn jeans, a flannel shirt, socks stiff with mud. They were soaked and sun-bleached, like they'd been there a long time. But here's the thing, there were shoes too. Hiking boots, still laced with socks stuffed inside. Who leaves clothes like that in the middle of the woods? It didn't look like trash. It looked like someone took them off and left them there. I stared at them for a while, listening. No birds, no wind. Just that thick, pressing silence. I backed away and went straight back to the cabin. That night, the steps came again. Closer, slower. I stayed still in bed, knife in hand, barely breathing. I thought I heard breathing outside the window. Heavy, wet. I didn't move until the sun started to rise. The next morning, I decided to leave early. I still had a week and a half left, but I didn't care. The peace was gone. The quiet now felt like a trap, not a gift. I packed everything in silence, double-checked the map, and started the truck. I was 20 feet down the trail when I saw something nailed to a tree. A piece of bark, carved with one word, leave. The letters were deep, rough. I didn't stop. I floored it, bouncing down the trail like the truck was being chased. I didn't care if I wrecked a tire, I just needed to get out. The drive back to the main road felt like 100 miles. Every time I slowed down, I imagined someone stepping out of the trees, but I never saw anyone. I made it to the highway by late afternoon and didn't stop driving until I was back in Des Moines. Later, I tried to look up Ember Falls online. There wasn't much. No news stories, no reports, just a population of under 800 and a few businesses. I found the cabin listing was gone. The entire rental website Martin used had disappeared, like it had never existed. I never went back, never found out who or what was out there. But the worst part isn't the fear or the mystery, it's the silence. Because part of me thinks, maybe someone was out there. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a person. A real, living person who lives deep in those woods, who doesn't want to be found. And they saw me, watched me, got close enough to scare me away without ever being seen. And if I'd stayed one more night, maybe they would have done more than just watch. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I had envisioned a weekend away from the noise, the constant hum of city life, the deadlines, the phones that never stop ringing. I thought a cabin in the woods would be peaceful, just a quiet place to unwind. No one around, no distractions. But peace didn't seem to be on the agenda that weekend. It was early November when I decided to go. I was 28, and after a tough year at work, I needed a break. I found the place online, a little cabin out in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't far, just a 3-hour drive from where I lived, but it felt far enough to get away from everything. The cabin was tucked into a dense patch of woods near the edge of a small mountain range. The pictures on the website looked rustic but charming. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and a porch that overlooked the forest below. It was perfect. I had never been a fan of the wilderness, not really. I wasn't the type of person who went hiking every weekend or spent nights under the stars. But this was different. I had rented the cabin for a weekend by myself. No family, no friends, just me. It was supposed to be a time to recharge, to get away from everything. I loaded up my car early Saturday morning. I remember how it felt as I left my apartment. The crisp autumn air, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. It was the kind of morning that felt like a fresh start. My bags were packed. I had snacks, a few books, and a couple of movies downloaded on my tablet. I didn't plan on doing much. Maybe a little hiking, some reading, and maybe a nap or two. That was the plan. The drive was long but uneventful. I passed through small towns, barely slowing down as I made my way into the more remote areas. The roads got narrower as I ventured deeper into the forest. Eventually, the paved road turned into gravel, and then the gravel faded into a dirt path that felt like it hadn't been used in years. The tires of my car kicked up a cloud of dust as I moved along the winding path. It was a beautiful drive, but the closer I got to the cabin, the more I felt this odd sense of isolation. It wasn't exactly unsettling, but something about the complete lack of other people started to get to me. There were no other cars, no signs of life, just trees, rocks, and the occasional bird call. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked exactly like the photos, if not a little more rundown. The exterior was weathered, the wood slightly rotted in places, but it had a charm about it. It was small, one story, with a porch that wrapped around the front. The only sound was the wind rustling the trees. I felt a little thrill of excitement. This was what I had come for, a chance to disconnect completely. I parked my car and grabbed my things. As I walked up the stairs to the front door, I noticed a large tree growing right next to the cabin. It was so close that the branches stretched over the roof, casting a shadow on the porch. It was a huge, gnarled thing, its bark dark and twisted. Something about it felt off, but I brushed it aside. There was no reason to feel uneasy. The cabin was unlocked, and when I stepped inside, the smell of old wood and dust hit me. It was cozy, though. The living room had a stone fireplace, a small couch, and a coffee table made of rough-hewn wood. The kitchen was simple but fully stocked: stove, fridge, microwave, everything I needed. The bedroom had a queen-sized bed with a patchwork quilt. There was a small bathroom with an old-fashioned tub and a tiny window that looked out into the forest. It was the kind of place where you could imagine a family coming together for a weekend getaway, laughing around a fire, telling stories. I spent the first couple of hours unpacking, setting up my things. I unpacked some snacks into the kitchen, threw a few logs into the fireplace, and turned on the small electric heater in the living room. There was no TV, but there was a bookshelf full of old novels. I decided to explore the area a little before it got too dark. The woods surrounding the cabin were dense, but the trails were clear enough. The crunch of the leaves underfoot was the only sound as I walked. The air was crisp, and the smell of pine filled my nose. Everything felt peaceful. I found myself relaxing for the first time in weeks. I could hear the occasional bird call, and the sunlight filtered through the trees in beams. It was beautiful. After a while, I turned back, deciding it was time to settle in. The sun had started to dip behind the trees, casting the woods in shadow. I wasn't worried. I wasn't really into the idea of hiking in the dark, but I wasn't about to be spooked by some woods. It was a safe place, right? That night, I made a simple dinner, pasta, salad, and some bread. I ate by the fire, reading one of the books I'd grabbed. The wind outside started to pick up, whistling through the trees. It sounded almost urgent, like it was trying to get my attention. I brushed it off as just the wind, but there was something in the air, a kind of tension I couldn't shake. By the time I was done with dinner, it was dark outside. I turned off the lights and sat by the fire for a while longer, but the unease kept growing. It wasn't a feeling I could put into words exactly, just a sort of gnawing discomfort. The trees outside, though still and silent, felt like they were watching me. I looked out the window, the shadows cast long over the ground, and it seemed like the forest had grown darker. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to feel nervous. It didn't help that the house felt so quiet, too quiet. I glanced over at the tree next to the cabin, its twisted branches looming in the darkness. I tried to focus on the fire, crackled and popped, but it didn't make me feel better. I grabbed my tablet and watched a movie to distract myself, but I couldn't concentrate. The feeling of being watched, of something being just outside of my line of sight, kept growing. I heard a branch crack outside, then another, and another. It was like someone was walking around the cabin. I paused the movie, listening. The sounds outside were muffled, but they were there. Soft, purposeful footfalls on the leaves. There was no mistaking it. Someone was out there. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced through all the possible explanations. Maybe it was an animal, maybe another person staying nearby, maybe someone just passing through. But my gut told me it wasn't any of those things. My heart started to race, and I sat up straighter in the chair, staring out the window. The wind picked up again, louder now, and I could hear it rattling the trees. The sounds from outside had stopped, but the tension remained thick in the air. I felt like I couldn't move, like if I looked away from that window, something terrible might happen. Then I heard it, a sharp knock on the door. My stomach dropped, couldn't breathe. It was too late for anyone to be visiting. There was no one out here, not at this hour. I felt trapped. I didn't know what to do. I didn't open the door, but I stayed there, staring at the handle. The knock came again, louder, more insistent this time. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I spent the next few hours too terrified to move. The fire burned low, the wind howled, and the night stretched on. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep, but it was fitful. Every creak of the house, every rustling sound from outside, made me bolt awake. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I was 31 when I finally decided to take a full week off work. No phone, no laptop, no signal. Just me, a notebook, a stack of paperbacks, and a rented cabin in northern Minnesota. It was early October of 2019. The colors were just beginning to peek up there. The leaves were bright red and gold, the mornings crisp, and the days were quiet. I had been burnt out for a while. My job in IT kept me staring at screens all day, and I figured this trip could reset my mind. The place I rented was a small off-grid cabin about 2 hours north of Duluth, tucked off a gravel road in the woods near a place called Big Fork. I found it on a website that listed primitive rental cabins for people who wanted solitude. There was no electricity, no running water, no cell service. Just a wood stove, a cot, a hand pump outside for water, and an outhouse about 30 yards from the back door. That was exactly what I wanted. The listing said it sat on 10 acres of private land and bordered a state forest. I made the reservation 6 weeks in advance and packed up my Jeep with supplies. Canned food, a camping stove, extra water, a solar charger just in case, bear spray, and a hunting knife I'd never actually used. I wasn't trying to live off the land or anything, but I wanted to disconnect and be alone. I got there in the late afternoon. The gravel road leading to the place was narrow, barely wide enough for one car. Trees arched over it, blotting out most of the sky. When I arrived at the clearing, the sun had already started dropping behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The cabin was just as described. Small, dark wood, almost camouflaged in the trees around it. There was a metal chimney poking out of the roof and a stack of chopped wood near the porch. A short set of steps led to a screen door, which slapped a little as I opened it. Inside was quiet, like really quiet. Took me a minute to adjust. No hum of electronics, no distant cars, just the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a crow. The inside smelled like dry pine and old smoke. There was a small table, one chair, the cot, and a few hooks in the walls for hanging coats or gear. I put my cooler in the corner and unloaded my things slowly. After heating a can of soup on the little stove, I sat outside on the porch with a thick hoodie on and watched the sky turn black. The first night was peaceful. I wrote a few pages in my notebook, read a chapter of an old crime novel, then turned in. The cot wasn't bad. I used my sleeping bag and a fleece blanket and fell asleep quicker than I thought I would. I didn't even need the fire that night. The insulation in the cabin kept the heat in pretty well. The next day, I woke up to frost on the grass and a stiff breeze outside. I walked a trail that curved around behind the cabin and looped back through a stand of tall birch trees. The forest was beautiful. The colors were wild, like fire had swept through the branches but left everything untouched. I saw deer tracks, heard squirrels, and at one point, spotted a huge owl up in a pine tree. I spent most of the day exploring, occasionally jotting notes in a little pocket notebook I carried. That second night, things felt different. I was sitting on the porch again, watching the stars, when I heard something in the woods, not like an animal. It sounded like footsteps. I froze. My first thought was a bear, but it didn't sound heavy enough. It was a slow crunch of leaves, like someone walking carefully, deliberately. I stood up, scanning the tree line. I couldn't see anything, just shadows between trees. I held still for a while, gripping the little flashlight I had. After maybe a minute, the sound stopped. I waited a few more minutes before going back inside, locking the door out of habit and sliding the wooden bolt across it. That was the first time I used the bolt. I didn't sleep that well that night. I kept thinking I heard movement outside. Every time the wind rustled the trees, I'd wake up. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. No tracks. Nothing looked disturbed. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal passing through. Still, something had changed in how I felt about the place. I couldn't put my finger on it. I kept thinking about those footsteps and how they didn't sound random. They were steady, cautious, like someone was trying not to be noticed. I spent the third day closer to the cabin. I didn't go far on the trail. I collected some firewood, cleaned up the area around the porch, and tried to distract myself. But I found myself looking toward the woods often. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees, a flash of dark clothing, but when I walked over there, nothing was there, just empty woods. That night, I built a fire in the pit outside and kept it going well into the evening. I didn't sit with my back to the woods. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. I don't know why, just that kind of wake up where your body knows something's off. I lay there listening. The cabin creaked a little in the wind, but then I heard it again. Those same slow steps outside. I held my breath. They were right outside the cabin this time. Leaves crunching, then a pause, then a few more steps. They circled the cabin. I heard them move past the front, then the side, then behind, then silence. I reached for my flashlight and held it tight. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give myself away. I lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, barely breathing. After what felt like forever, I drifted off again, but it was a shallow sleep full of stress and adrenaline. When I woke up the next morning, I went out right away and circled the cabin. And that's when I saw them, boot prints. Clear ones. Not mine. My boots had a square, blocky tread. These were different, narrower, with a long heel and rounded toe. They looked like work boots or hiking boots, but older. They circled the cabin just like I'd heard. That's when I realized something that made my stomach turn. There were more than one set. 2 distinct treads. One smaller than the other. I felt cold all over. I went back inside and locked the door again, even though it was broad daylight. My heart was thudding hard. Someone, or more than one person, had walked around my cabin in the middle of the night. No car tracks, no voices, no lights. I grabbed my bear spray and knife and kept them on me all day. I didn't go hiking. I didn't read. I just sat inside, listening. Around 4 p.m., I heard a car on the gravel road. I looked out through a crack in the wooden shutters and saw a green pickup slow down near the turnoff. It didn't pull into the clearing, just stopped for a second, then backed up and drove off. I don't know if they saw me, but it looked like 2 people in the cab. I couldn't see their faces. The truck didn't have plates on the front, and I couldn't see the back plate through the trees. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed up with the lantern on, bear spray in one hand and knife in the other. Every time I heard a noise outside, I flinched. At one point, I heard something thump the back of the cabin. Not loud, just a single knock. I didn't go out. Couldn't. The next morning, I packed everything. I threw my gear in the Jeep and left. I didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't clean the cabin like I'd planned. I just drove. Fast. I didn't feel safe until I hit the main highway and got cell signal again. I called the rental company and told them I was leaving early. They asked if everything was okay. I said yes. I drove straight to Duluth and checked into a hotel. I didn't care about the money. I just needed 4 walls, a lock, and people nearby. That night, I finally slept. A few weeks later, I checked the listing again out of curiosity. It had been taken down. Not marked unavailable, gone completely. I searched the name of the owner that had been on my rental confirmation. Nothing came up. I tried to tell myself it could have just been someone hunting nearby, or locals screwing around, or people who didn't realize the cabin was rented. But those footsteps, the multiple sets of boots, the car slowing down to watch, that wasn't random. Someone was out there. They were watching me, waiting. I haven't gone back to a remote cabin since then. I still go camping sometimes, but never alone, and never off-grid. If I had stayed another night, I don't know what would have happened, but I'm glad I didn't find out. It was late October 2017 when I took a week off work to get away. I was 38 then, working in IT at a mid-sized firm in Minneapolis. I was burnt out. I had stopped sleeping properly. My days had become a loop of coffee, emails, meetings, more emails, then driving home in traffic with a tight jaw and aching head. My wife and I had separated that summer. No kids, which made the silence in the house sharp, like walking through a museum at night. She took the dog. I said I didn't care, but I did. That was part of it, too. The weight in my chest that never left. So I decided I needed some air, quiet, and space. I had no one to talk to about it, and I didn't want to talk anyway. I found a cabin online, owned by a retired couple who rented it out in the off-season. It was 4 hours north of the city, just outside a small town called Halder, near the edge of Chippewa National Forest. The listing said the cabin had heat, water, and no Wi-Fi, which sounded perfect to me. I didn't want distraction. I wanted cold air, pine trees, and nothing else. I packed my truck with food, layers, boots, a couple paperbacks, and a cheap hunting knife I'd never used. I wasn't going hunting, but something about bringing it made me feel prepared. I had no plans. Just sit on the porch, maybe walk in the woods. I brought a basic first aid kit, a flashlight, my old sleeping bag just in case, and a cooler full of beer and eggs. I left early on a Sunday morning. The drive was long, but not hard. The trees were burning orange and red. The further north I went, the quieter the roads became. By the time I got to Halder, I had seen only a handful of cars in the last hour. I stopped for gas at a station on the edge of town. It had an old pump and one of those dusty convenience stores where the lights hum overhead. A kid behind the counter didn't look up when I paid for gas and a pack of jerky. I asked if there was cell signal out by the forest, and he just shrugged. I followed a printed map from the rental site, since I knew GPS wouldn't be much help. The road turned to gravel, then dirt. I passed a few broken down barns, then nothing but trees. Eventually, the cabin came into view. It was set back off the road a bit, hidden in a small clearing. It was plain, with siding, one story with a steep roof and a porch out front. A fire pit off to the side, some plastic chairs stacked near the steps. Behind it, just woods. No fence, no visible neighbors. The quiet hit me hard. No cars, no humming appliances, just wind and leaves. The key was in a lockbox by the door. I opened up, stepped inside, and stood there for a long moment. It smelled like old wood, like the inside of a guitar case. The cabin had a main room with a couch, a small kitchen, and a dining table. Off to the left was the bedroom, and beyond that a small bathroom. Everything was simple. A wood stove, a radio that didn't work, and a shelf with old magazines and puzzles. I unpacked slowly, put food in the tiny fridge, stacked firewood by the stove, set out my books. I didn't have a plan, and that felt good. I lit a fire that night and sat on the porch with a blanket, watching the trees go dark. I hadn't felt that kind of quiet in years. The first couple days were uneventful. I slept long hours, took slow walks down the trails that spidered out from the cabin. I saw deer tracks and a few rustling squirrels. I'd sit for an hour just watching wind move through the trees. The cold helped clear my head. I drank coffee in the mornings, beer at night, ate simple food. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. On the third day, something changed. It was just afternoon. I'd gone for a long walk, maybe 2 hours out along one of the old logging trails that twisted deeper into the woods. I hadn't seen a soul since I arrived, so I didn't think much of it when I saw the footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, but these ones came in from a different angle, off the trail from the east, and were larger than my boots. Heavier steps, too. Deep prints, wider gait. I stopped and stared at them. They weren't fresh, maybe a day old, maybe more. The rain the night before had softened the trail a bit, and these prints had cut deep into the mud before drying partway. They didn't belong to a deer or bear. They were definitely boots. Someone had walked through here. I told myself it could be a hunter, maybe a ranger, but something about the way the prints came and went made me uneasy. They didn't follow the trail. They crossed it like whoever made them was cutting across, not following any path. I stood there for a long time, then turned around and headed back to the cabin. That night, I locked the door, even though I hadn't the first couple nights. I turned on the outside light by the porch and watched the woods. It was probably nothing. Still, I brought the knife to bed. The next morning, I walked the perimeter around the cabin, just checking. No tracks, no sign of anything out of place. By late afternoon, I started to feel a little better. Paranoia fades when nothing happens. I made some soup, read a few chapters of a book, and was thinking about starting a fire when I noticed something off near the treeline. There was a man standing there. He was maybe 50 feet away, between two pine trees, half-shadowed. I didn't hear him come up, didn't see him approach. He was just there. He wasn't moving. I stared. My first thought was that he might be a hunter or a hiker who got lost. But he wasn't wearing orange or a backpack. He had dark clothes, a coat that hung loose, and something in his hand. Couldn't make it out. I stepped toward the window, and as I did, he turned and walked back into the trees. Not fast, just slowly stepped backward, like he didn't care if I saw him. I didn't go outside. I didn't even go to the door. I just stood there for a long time watching the spot where he'd been. The trees shifted slightly, but there was no sound, no sign of him. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day I walked around again, looking for tracks, but there were none. The ground was drier, harder to see prints. I didn't know what to think. Was it just a local guy messing with me? Someone hiking through? But there was something in the way he stood, no wave, no attempt to call out, no movement except to back away slowly. That didn't sit right. I told myself I was being dramatic. Still, I kept the knife on me the whole day. I didn't go for a walk. I didn't even leave the cabin except to pee behind it. I felt like I was being watched. Even when I was inside, I kept catching myself glancing out the windows. Nothing happened that day, or the next. But that night, I heard something. It was past midnight, and I was in bed, lights off, just about to drift off. Then I heard the crunch. Not an animal, not a branch falling. Footsteps on gravel. Slow, measured, right outside. My heart went still. I didn't move. I listened. 1, 2, 3 steps. Then silence. I reached for the knife, crawled slowly out of bed, and moved toward the living room. The cabin was black, except for moonlight through the window. I crouched down by the couch, listening, holding my breath. Another step, closer to the door this time. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call out. I didn't want to let them know I was awake. I just crouched there, knees aching, staring at the door. After a few minutes, it went quiet. No more steps, no knock, no movement, just wind in the trees. I waited like that for hours. I finally drifted off just as the sky was turning gray. When I opened the door that morning, there were footprints, big ones, same as before. They led up to the porch, then turned and went around the cabin. I followed them. They circled the entire cabin, once, twice, then led back toward the woods. That's when I saw the first one. Camera, hidden up in a tree, nailed to the trunk. A cheap trail cam, aimed at the cabin. I found another one behind the house, angled toward the back door. Both had little red lights blinking. Someone had been watching me. I yanked them both down, smashed them with a rock until they were pieces. I didn't care who owned them. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I threw the parts in a trash bag and locked the cabin up tight. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with the knife, staring at the windows. Every creak of wood made my skin crawl. Just before dawn, I saw him again. Farther this time, maybe 100 feet off, just barely visible between the trees. He wasn't moving, just standing, watching. I grabbed my bag, threw everything I could into it, left the food, the books, the firewood, just took my wallet, keys, phone, and knife. I didn't care that it was barely light. I got in the truck and backed out fast, almost clipped a tree. The road was rough, but I didn't stop. I didn't breathe until I hit the main road and saw a car coming the other way. I made it back to Halder and stopped at the same gas station. The kid behind the counter gave me a look like I'd just seen something bad. I didn't say a word, just bought coffee and left. Back in the city, I called the owners of the cabin and told them I left early, said I wasn't feeling well. I took a long breath as the tires crunched over the gravel driveway, the dust rising behind me like smoke in the rearview mirror. It had been almost 12 years since I'd last been up to the cabin. I was 34 now with a bad knee, a job I didn't love, and a tendency to drink too much on Fridays. Back when I was a teenager, this place had felt like a different world. My uncle built the cabin in the early 70s, way out in the middle of Ironwood Valley in northern Maine, miles off the nearest highway, wrapped in a thick blanket of pine and birch trees. No cell service, no running water, the kind of quiet that could make a person uncomfortable if they weren't used to it. I parked my truck in the grass beside the old woodpile and killed the engine. The stillness swallowed everything. No wind, no birds, just the ticking of the engine cooling under the hood. The cabin looked almost exactly the same as I remembered it. Weathered pine siding, green tin roof, that old red canoe flipped over and half buried in leaves. I didn't come up here for nostalgia. I came up to get away from things for a bit. Work had been hell lately. Long hours, short tempers, deadlines that didn't make sense. My girlfriend had left in early August, and she'd taken the dog with her. Not that I blamed her. I hadn't been easy to live with. I thought maybe some time alone in the woods would clear my head. That's what I told myself anyway. I grabbed my backpack, cooler, and duffel out of the truck, unlocked the door with the old brass key, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of dust and old wood, the kind of smell that clings to everything in places like this. I opened a few windows and let the cool, pine-scented breeze roll in. The first night was quiet. I grilled a couple burgers over the fire pit, drank 2 beers, and read a paperback I found inside the old cupboard. Some survival book I used to thumb through when I was a kid. I had a flashlight beside me, but I didn't need it until late. The moon was out and everything looked silver. The trees, the rocks, even the little stream that ran behind the cabin. Around 11 o'clock, I climbed into the old cot in the corner and fell asleep listening to the wind brushing the trees. The second day, I went for a long walk down the ridge that ran behind the property. I had a compass, a topo map, and an old hunting knife strapped to my belt. More out of habit than need. The trail was overgrown, but I could still see the marks Uncle David had carved into the trees decades ago. I followed them deeper than I'd planned, past the old deer stand, over the dried-out creek bed, until I realized I'd gone at least 4 miles from the cabin. I sat down on a fallen log to catch my breath. I packed water and jerky, but not much else. My knee throbbed from the uneven trail, and I told myself I'd turn back after 1 more mile. That was when I noticed something strange. A rusted can, half buried in the dirt, just off the trail. It looked old, like real old. I picked it up and saw there was a bullet hole clean through one side. Weird, but not that weird. This was hunting country. People shot cans out here all the time. Still, I felt that strange tug in my gut. The kind that tells you something isn't quite right, even if you can't say why. I kept walking and came across more junk. A broken thermos, a rusted-out shovel, some beer bottles so sun-faded they looked like frosted glass. Then I saw the tarp. It was a heavy-duty blue tarp, weighed down with rocks at each corner. Looked like it had been there for a while. I stared at it for a long time. No reason for it to be out here. No trail markers, no signs of a campsite, nothing. Just trees and this tarp. I should have turned around then, but I didn't. I walked up to it and kicked one of the rocks aside. The tarp peeled back with a dry, crinkling sound. Underneath was a large hole, about 4 feet wide, maybe 5 feet deep, dug by hand. I could see the shovel marks on the side. At the bottom were bones. Not animal bones, human bones. A rib cage, a spine, a partial skull, broken and stained with dark patches. I felt a kind of numbness take over. My ears buzzed. I stumbled back a few steps and almost fell. The forest was silent around me. I didn't touch anything. I didn't take pictures. I just stood there for maybe 10 minutes trying to process what I was looking at. Someone had died out here, and someone else had buried them. I made it back to the cabin just before sunset. My shirt was soaked in sweat, and my knee was swollen and stiff. I locked the door behind me for the first time in years. Sat at the table with my head in my hands and just sat like that for an hour. I thought about hiking out, getting to the nearest ranger station or town, but it was too late in the day. I didn't want to be caught out there in the dark. My flashlight wasn't strong enough for a 5-mile hike over rough ground. I couldn't eat that night. I drank half a bottle of whiskey and kept glancing at the window like I expected someone to be looking in. I didn't sleep. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hole, the bones, the tarp. I kept thinking, what if whoever buried that body was still around? What if they saw me? What if they followed me? I got up before the sun, stuffed everything back in my bags, and loaded up the truck. I left a note inside the cabin explaining what I'd found and where, just in case something happened. Then I started driving. About 2 miles down the gravel road, I saw fresh tire tracks. Not mine, different treads, deeper. I stopped the truck and got out. The tracks were new, had to be from the night before or early that morning. They weren't there when I drove in on Friday. The weird part was they led back toward the cabin. Not away. Someone had come in after me. I drove the rest of the way out without stopping, heart racing, checking the mirror every 10 seconds. I didn't slow down until I hit the main road. I drove straight to the sheriff's office in Millinocket, about an hour and a half south. I told them everything. The hike, the hole, the bones, the tire tracks. They took it seriously. Asked me to stay in town while they sent a couple deputies and a forensics team up to check it out. I stayed at a motel that night. Couldn't sleep again. My mind kept spinning. The whole thing felt wrong. The way the tarp was laid out, the way the bones were placed. It didn't feel like a hurried burial. It felt deliberate, like whoever did it had taken their time. The next afternoon, I got a call from the sheriff. They confirmed the remains were human, most likely male between 25 and 40, based on early estimates. No ID, no clothes, no personal items. The bones were old, probably more than 10 years, but not ancient. Forensics would take weeks, maybe months. The sheriff asked if I'd be willing to come back and walk them through the trail, just to pinpoint the spot. I agreed, but I told him I wanted a deputy with me the whole time. He didn't argue. We went back up the next morning. 2 deputies, the sheriff, and me. The woods felt different with company. Safer, but also smaller. We found the tarp exactly where I'd left it, though someone had clearly been there since. Some of the rocks had been moved. One of the corners was folded back, like someone had checked to see if the body was still there. The investigation dragged on for months. The remains were eventually identified as a man named Eric Lawton. He'd been reported missing in 2004, back when I was still in college. Lived 3 towns over. No criminal record, no ties to anyone dangerous. Just vanished one day after telling his girlfriend he was going camping. That was all they knew. I gave a statement, answered questions, signed some forms. They thanked me for reporting it, said it might help bring closure to his family. I hoped it would, but it never really brought closure for me. I sold the cabin a year later, couldn't go back. Every time I tried, I saw the hole. I thought about the tire tracks. I thought about how close I might have come to running into someone who didn't want that body found. I still don't know who did it. The case went cold again. No suspects, no arrests, no new leads, just a tarp, a hole, and bones in the woods. But I learned something up there, something I can't unlearn. Out in the deep parts of the world, far from town, far from help, things happen that never get explained. Not because they're supernatural, but because they're human. People can be cruel, secretive, and quiet. And the woods, they don't tell. Sometimes they just bury it. My name is Adam, and this happened in the fall of 2016. I was 34 years old at the time and living in northern Missouri. I had been going through a rough patch. Work had gotten stressful, my relationship had ended a few months before, and I just felt like I needed to get away from everything for a while. I didn't want to go far, just somewhere quiet where I could clear my head and get some space. A guy I used to work with named Scott had told me about this cabin he and his brother built a few years back, way up in the hills near the Iowa border. It wasn't anything fancy, just a single-room wooden cabin with a little wood stove, a small generator, and a deck overlooking a creek. It sat back off a logging road about 3 miles from the nearest paved road, surrounded by miles of forest and nothing else. No cell service, no Wi-Fi. The only way to get there was by truck or ATV, and even then you had to go slow or you'd bust a tire. Scott said I could use it if I wanted, just to let him know so he could unlock the gate to the access road. I figured it was perfect. No one around, nothing to distract me. Just trees, a creek, and a roof over my head. I told him I'd take it for the week, packed up some basic supplies, borrowed my brother's 4x4, and drove up there on a Monday morning. It took me about 2.5 hours from where I lived. I got there just before noon. The road was rough, like he said. Lots of potholes, big dips, branches brushing against the sides of the truck. But I made it okay. The cabin sat in a little hollow between 2 ridges, surrounded by tall oaks and maples just starting to turn for fall. It was quiet, peaceful. I didn't see a single other person once I turned off the main road. The cabin was smaller than I imagined. About 20 feet by 20 feet, maybe. Just one room with a bed, a table, a couple of chairs, and a wood stove in the corner. There was a propane tank outside for the small cooktop in the kitchenette, and a big cooler inside with blocks of ice that Scott had stocked for me. No running water, but there was a pump well about 20 yards behind the cabin. He'd left a big 5-gallon jug full of water inside, along with some dry goods, beans, pasta, jerky, instant coffee. Enough to last a week easy. That first day was nice. I walked down to the creek, sat on the deck for a while, drank some coffee, and just listened to the wind. felt good to be out of the city. I built a small fire in the pit out back that night and made some pasta over the propane stove. Slept like a rock. The next morning I woke up early, just after sunrise. I made coffee and sat on the porch for a while, watching the trees sway. There was this ridge that ran behind the cabin, maybe a quarter-mile off. It rose up steep and long, covered in thick woods with no trail I could see. I figured I'd spend the day hiking it just to get the blood moving. I filled a small backpack with a flashlight, water bottle, some jerky, and a pocket knife. I didn't plan to be gone long, just a few hours. I started out around 10. It was harder than I thought. The ridge was steep, and the woods were thick. No trail, like I said, just brush, thorns, fallen trees. I kept slipping on leaves and catching my shirt on low branches. I had to stop and catch my breath more than once. I made it to the top about an hour later, sweating and out of breath. From the top, I could see the whole valley below. The cabin was just a speck through the trees. The air was still, and the woods were dead quiet. I stood there for a while, eating jerky and drinking water. Then I noticed something. Down the other side of the ridge, maybe a few hundred yards off, there was a clearing. It looked like an old, overgrown field or logging site. I figured I'd check it out real quick before heading back. Getting down that side was easier, but still slow going. The trees were tighter here, the ground more uneven. I slipped and fell on my side once, catching myself on a root. When I got to the clearing, I saw it wasn't really a field at all. It was an old foundation. Like someone had built a house or barn there a long time ago and it had been torn down or burned out. Just the stone outline left, covered in moss and vines. There was junk scattered all around. Rusted metal, broken bottles, a few rotted boards sticking up from the ground. It looked abandoned for decades. I walked around the edges, not really thinking much of it. Just old junk. I turned to head back when I saw something sticking out of the ground near the center of the foundation. A piece of tarp or cloth, maybe. I walked over and gave it a tug. It was heavier than I thought. I pulled harder and realized it was caught on something. I knelt down and brushed the dirt away. What I found underneath was a large metal box, like a storage trunk. It was beat up and rusted, but still intact. It had a heavy clasp on the front and no lock. Took some effort, but I managed to pry it open. Inside were tools, old ones. A hand saw, a hammer, some rusted nails, an oil lantern, and a stained tarp folded up tight. Nothing strange, just old. But under the tarp, I found something else. There were photos, black and white, curled at the edges. A stack of them, maybe 20 in all. They showed men, 3 of them, standing near what looked like the same foundation. One was holding a rifle. Another was digging. The third had something slung over his shoulder, but I couldn't make out what it was. Behind them in one of the photos, I could see what looked like a row of holes in the ground. Shallow ones, like graves. I flipped through the rest quickly. In some, they were holding up bags, grinning. In another, the man with the rifle had it aimed at something just out of frame. Felt wrong. I can't explain it. Just looking at them gave me this weird tight feeling in my chest. Like I shouldn't be seeing them. I put them back in the box, closed the lid, and stood up. I felt like I was being watched. I left the box where I found it and climbed back up the ridge as fast as I could. Took longer going back. I kept tripping over things, swatting at branches. I didn't stop to rest. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door behind me and sat down hard on the bed, breathing heavy. I told myself I was overreacting. Just old pictures. Probably nothing. Just some hunters or land surveyors or something. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I kept waking up. I'd doze off, then jerk awake like I heard something. A branch snapping, leaves rustling. Once I thought I heard a truck engine way off in the distance, but it didn't last long. I told myself it was just my nerves. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, cleaned the inside a bit, tried to keep myself busy. But I kept thinking about that box, about those photos, about how fresh the dirt had looked in that old clearing. Later that afternoon, I went to get water from the pump and noticed something strange. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. Bigger, deeper, like someone had been standing near the pump, maybe watching the cabin. I checked around the whole perimeter, found more prints near the back of the cabin, leading off into the woods. My stomach dropped. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone, but I knew what I saw. Someone had been here. I thought maybe it was a hunter, maybe someone who knew about the cabin. Still, I didn't feel safe. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire going and sat up with my flashlight in my lap. Around 2 a.m., I heard something behind the cabin. Just footsteps, slow ones, crunching leaves. I held my breath and turned off the lamp. They circled halfway around the cabin, then stopped. I stayed still, waiting. After a few minutes, they moved off again, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed up. I didn't care that I had 4 days left. I filled the cooler with what food I had left, tossed everything in the truck, and started back down the road. My hands were shaking on the wheel. About halfway down the access road, I saw something on the side, a pile of stones, freshly stacked, too neat to be natural, like a marker. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. When I got back to cell service, I called Scott and told him what happened. He sounded surprised but didn't say much. Just thanked me for letting him know and said he'd check it out later. I never went back. I don't know what that place was, who those men in the photos were, or what they buried in that clearing. I don't want to know. I threw away the GPS marker I'd saved and deleted the photos I took of the foundation. I just wanted to forget it. Since then, I haven't done any solo trips. I still love the woods, still go camping, but never alone. And never anywhere without a signal. Whatever was behind that cabin, whoever walked around it that night, I'm just glad I left when I did. Some places aren't meant to be found again. Some questions are better left unanswered. I still think about those pictures sometimes, about the holes in the ground, about the sound of those slow, steady footsteps in the dark. But I remind myself I got out. I left. I'm home. I'm safe. And that's enough. My name is Tyler Hartman. I was 34 when it happened. I used to live in a mid-sized town in southern Ohio, near Chillicothe, where life moved slow and steady. I worked at a local hardware store, kept to myself, and took my vacation solo, usually just to fish, hike, or write in peace. No frills. I wasn't married. No kids. And at that time, I wasn't seeing anyone either. In late September of 2018, I decided I needed a break. The summer had been long and hot, with too many hours at work, and I was burnt out. I wanted isolation, clean air, and quiet. I found this listing for a secluded cabin near a place called Dunlow Ridge. It was up in the hills, about 2 hours east of my town. The photos showed a small, old wooden cabin with a porch and a view of the forest rolling down into a valley. It wasn't listed on any mainstream rental sites, just a small posting on an older forum I used to browse for hiking spots. The listing said it had no Wi-Fi, no cable, no cell signal, just a well, a wood stove, and propane for cooking. Perfect. The idea of disconnecting completely appealed to me. I booked it for a full week. Left early on a Sunday morning with my gear packed in the bed of my old Ford Ranger. Food, water, a rifle, my fishing pole, sleeping bag, and a few books. I had no idea what I was driving into. The drive up to the cabin was rough. The last 7 miles were on a gravel road that narrowed the higher I climbed. It had clearly been carved into the hill decades ago. Some areas had ruts deep enough to jar my truck hard enough to knock the air freshener off the mirror. There were no houses once I passed a rusty gate marked with an old "No Trespassing" sign that had long since faded. The trees got denser. The air smelled like pine needles and wet earth. My GPS had stopped working an hour back. I used printed directions the owner had emailed me. They were specific. Turn left at the fork past the stone bridge. Follow until the end. Cabin is on the right past the clearing. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked just like the photos. Small, sturdy, with smoke already coming from the chimney, an automatic stove on a timer, probably. There was a small woodshed stacked with firewood. A single path led into the trees behind it. The air was still. I stepped out, and the only sound I heard was the breeze moving through the pines. I settled in quickly, checked the locks on the doors and windows, sturdy. There was a padlock on the inside of the front door and another on the back. Odd, but not alarming. I assumed it was for safety. I lit a fire in the wood stove and started unpacking. There was no phone signal, not even one bar. I checked the old landline inside the cabin, and it was dead, probably disconnected years ago. The cabin's interior was simple. A cot, a chair, a small kitchen, and a bathroom with a compost toilet and a hand pump sink. No shower. It was colder than I expected that night, and the fire kept going out too quickly. Still, I felt good, peaceful even. The first 2 days were uneventful. I fished in a nearby stream, read a bit, wrote in my notebook, and walked the trail behind the cabin. I didn't see a single other person. No hikers, no campers, just animals. I spotted deer, squirrels, a fox. Birds were scarce. I remember thinking how quiet it was, almost unnaturally so. No bird song in the mornings, no insects buzzing at night, just wind. On the third day, things shifted. I woke up just before sunrise to what I thought was knocking. Not loud, but steady. 3 knocks, then silence. I sat up and listened. Nothing. I thought maybe a branch had fallen against the side of the cabin. I stepped outside, barefoot and half-dressed, and checked the porch. Nothing there. The woods were still wrapped in fog. I didn't think much of it. Later that afternoon, I was hiking a few hundred yards behind the cabin when I found something strange. A trail that wasn't on the map the owner had left me. It was faint, overgrown, and looked like it hadn't been walked in years. But it was definitely a trail, flattened earth and broken brush. I followed it. It curved up and around the ridge, steeper than the main path. After about 20 minutes, I saw an old hunting blind set high in the trees, covered in moss. Underneath it, on the forest floor, was what looked like the remains of a fire pit. Cold, long and used. Near it, something caught my eye, what looked like a boot print. Not mine. It was fresher than the trail. Could have been days old, but definitely newer than anything else in the area. I didn't panic, just got cautious. I was used to the idea of other hikers or hunters being around, even off-season. Still, something about the boot print's direction stuck with me. It was pointing toward the cabin. That night, I kept the rifle by my bed. Just a precaution. I barely slept. I kept thinking about the knock, the boot print, the strange quiet. The 4th night is when everything really started. I was sitting by the fire, eating a can of chili, when I heard something on the porch. Not knocking this time, asterisk footsteps. Asterisk slow. Cautious. I froze. The kind of freeze where your breath feels like glass in your throat. I turned off the lantern and sat still in the dark, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Then the footsteps stopped. I waited. Nothing. I crawled to the window on the left and slowly peeked out through the curtain. The moon was bright enough to light up the porch. Nothing there. But then I noticed something. The door's handle. It was moving. Barely. Jiggling. Slow, steady turns, like someone testing if it was locked. I got to my feet quietly, rifle in hand, and stood just behind the door, not breathing. After a few seconds, the handle stopped. Then came the slow creak of a floorboard. Whoever it was stepped back down off the porch. I waited another hour before moving. I stayed inside, armed, eyes on the windows until sunrise. The next morning, I looked around the cabin for tracks. The earth was dry, hard-packed, and didn't show much, but I found something that made my stomach drop. Tied to a low-hanging branch, just at the edge of the clearing, was a small strip of red cloth. Bright red, not something you'd see in nature. I didn't put it there. I checked all my gear. Nothing missing. No sign of forced entry. But someone had been out there. Someone who didn't want to be seen. I considered leaving that day, but the truck was low on gas. I'd have to drive the full 7 miles back down the ridge to even get close to a station. And honestly, part of me still thought maybe I was just spooked. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe I was overreacting. So I stayed. But I kept the rifle loaded and on me the rest of the time. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair near the front window with a blanket around me and the gun in my lap. At around 3:20 in the morning, I heard movement again. This time, it was at the back of the cabin. I crept toward the kitchen and waited, trying to pinpoint the sound. It was faint, but it was there. Crunching leaves, slow footsteps, then a scraping sound, metal on wood. I remembered the old hatch in the floor of the kitchen, used to store tools or canned goods. I hadn't opened it yet, but now my eyes were fixed on it. The scraping sound stopped. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, barely blinking. Nothing happened. Then, just when I started to think maybe it had stopped, I heard something else. A whisper. Not words, just the sound of breathing from under the floorboards. I pulled the hatch open in one quick motion and pointed the rifle down. It was empty, just a shallow crawl space, old tools, spiderwebs, dust. No one there, but the air smelled different, like sweat and damp wood. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun rose, I packed. I didn't care about the week I'd paid for. I just wanted out. I loaded my gear and got in the truck. The engine wouldn't turn over. Battery was dead. I opened the hood. Everything looked intact. No chewed wires, no loose connections. I had a backup battery in the toolbox in the bed, so I hooked it up. Engine still didn't start. I was stuck. With no signal, I had to make a choice. Sit and wait or hike out. I chose to hike. I left most of my gear, took my pack, rifle, some water, and started walking. I followed the gravel road down the ridge. It was a long hike, steep and slow. Took me 5 hours before I saw another car. A guy in a pickup pulled over and gave me a ride into town. I called a tow truck. When we got back up to the cabin later that day, the tow guy looked confused. "Where's your truck?" he asked. It wasn't there. Gone. We searched the area. No tire marks, no sign it had been driven off. Just gone, like it had never been there. I filed a report with the sheriff. They chalked it up to theft, maybe a group of off-grid squatters who had their eyes on the place. But they didn't do much. No prints, no evidence. The cabin's owner didn't respond to my emails after that, and the listing disappeared from the forum 2 weeks later. I never got my truck back. I haven't gone camping alone since. It was the middle of autumn when I decided to go up to the cabin. I had been planning the trip for months, needing a break from everything: work, life, the chaos that always seemed to follow me around. The cabin was remote, sitting alone on a plot of land near the edge of Pine Ridge, a place my friend, Drew, had recommended after a few quiet trips he'd made. He spoke highly of it. Peaceful, surrounded by dense woods, far enough away from civilization to feel like a real getaway. I was 32 at the time, single and tired of the noise. So I packed my gear, just the essentials. A small tent, sleeping bag, some food, my backpack, and a few books for good measure. I wasn't much of a camper, but figured it would be a refreshing change of pace. Drew had warned me that it was a bit of a hike from the nearest town, but that was part of the appeal, right? Getting away from it all. The drive there was slow and winding. The trees were already changing colors, their vibrant reds and oranges giving the road a surreal feeling as the late afternoon sun filtered through the branches. I remember feeling a quiet sense of excitement, something almost nostalgic about the whole idea. I didn't think too much about it, just focused on the road. After a few hours, I arrived at the small parking area by the trailhead. From there, it was about a 45-minute hike up to the cabin. The weather was still warm enough to be comfortable, but I could feel the crisp bite of fall in the air. I had been walking for about 20 minutes when the first unsettling thing happened. A strange feeling washed over me, like I was being watched. I shrugged it off as the wind, the rustling leaves, the natural sounds of the forest. But the unease remained. I kept my pace steady, telling myself it was nothing. The path wasn't well-trodden, more of a faded trail barely visible through the overgrowth. I had to step carefully, avoiding loose rocks and twisted tree roots, the dirt soft beneath my boots. There was no sound except for the crunching of my footsteps and the occasional bird call. The silence was thick, almost suffocating, and for some reason, it felt heavier with every step. When I reached the cabin, I felt a slight sense of relief. It was a small, rustic structure, wooden with a slanted roof, a single window on each side, and a small porch. It was exactly what I had expected, almost too perfect in its simplicity. The cabin stood there in the clearing, isolated, surrounded by tall pines and thick underbrush. There was no one else in sight. I stepped inside, and the musty smell of old wood greeted me, mixing with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The cabin was bare except for a few pieces of old furniture. An armchair by the stone fireplace, a small wooden table, a couple of shelves with random books, and an old cot in the corner. The place had clearly been unused for a while, the dust thick on every surface, but it wasn't in bad condition. There was a small wood stove in the corner, and I noted a stack of firewood by the door, ready to be used. I unpacked my things, set up my bedroll on the floor, and lit a fire to chase away the evening chill. As the fire crackled, I settled into the armchair, sipping from my water bottle, and stared into the flames. The evening sky was dimming, the stars already beginning to make their appearance. The stillness of the cabin, the surrounding woods, the distant sounds of the night animals. All of it was calming, in a way, a far cry from the bustling noise of the city. That first night, I had a bit of trouble sleeping. The cabin wasn't as comforting as I'd hoped. Every creak and groan of the wooden walls seemed amplified in the silence, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I kept telling myself it was just the unfamiliarity of the place, the isolation, the darkness pressing in on all sides. But the feeling lingered. Around 2 a.m., I heard something, a soft knock on the door. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then it came again, a faint tapping like something or someone was gently rapping on the wood. My heart raced. I couldn't remember hearing any cars, any signs of life since I'd arrived. I got up, slowly, trying to stay as quiet as possible, and checked through the window. There was nothing, no movement in the trees, no shadows in the clearing. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind, maybe an animal, but the knock came again, and again. I froze, unsure what to do. No one could have hiked out here this late, could they? I grabbed a flashlight and turned it on, shining it through the window, but the beam only illuminated empty ground. My breathing felt heavy in the still air. I waited for a while, but the knocks didn't come again. I eventually convinced myself it was just an animal, a bird or something, tapping on the wood in the middle of the night. The rest of the night was restless. Every little sound seemed louder, closer. I stayed awake for hours, eyes flicking toward the door, to the corners of the cabin, watching for any sign of movement. Morning came slowly, and the unease didn't leave. I didn't know why, but something about the place felt wrong. The kind of wrong you can't explain with logic, but you just know deep down. I spent the next day exploring the area around the cabin. The woods were quiet, but not in the peaceful way I had hoped. There was an oppressive stillness, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. The wind didn't stir the leaves, and the sounds of animals were strangely absent. That night, I built the fire up higher, hoping the warmth would help calm my nerves. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, though. It wasn't a feeling of being watched, more like a presence. Something was there with me, but just out of reach, hiding in the shadows. I stayed close to the fire, refusing to let the dark stretch any further. But as the night wore on, I heard it again. A soft tapping, the knocking. It was coming from the window this time. A sharp rap on the glass, followed by a pause, and then another tap. I was done. I grabbed my backpack, threw on my jacket, and rushed out of the cabin. I didn't care about my gear, I just needed to leave. The woods outside the cabin seemed darker, the trees taller, and the air colder than before. I headed down the path toward the parking area, not looking back. The feeling that I wasn't alone pressed against me, like something was trailing just out of sight, always behind me, always a step away. I don't know how long I walked. My legs burned, my breath came in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare stop. The sound of my boots crunching on the dirt was the only noise I could hear, the only comfort I could find in the deafening silence around me. My mind raced with thoughts, with images of what might have been out there, what had been knocking, what had been following me. By the time I made it back to the trailhead, the sun was just beginning to rise. My legs were sore, my heart was still racing, but I was safe. I made it to the car, threw my bag in the back seat, and slammed the door shut. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been waiting for me, something that had been there all along. I never went back to that cabin. I never told anyone what happened that night. But to this day, whenever I think about it, I wonder if I'll ever be able to escape the feeling that something is still out there, following me, watching from the shadows of Pine Ridge. I was 33 when I decided to take a solo trip to a remote cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It was the summer of 2017. At the time, I was living in Milwaukee, working a job that had been burning me out for a couple of years. I handled logistics for a medium-sized company, nothing too fancy, but the constant deadlines and the noise of the city were starting to get to me. I'd been feeling a kind of low-level exhaustion that never went away, no matter how much I slept. That kind of tired that doesn't just live in your body, but crawls into your mind too. I wanted quiet, not just less noise, but real, bone-deep silence. I wanted trees instead of cars, the wind instead of sirens, and I didn't want to see another person for at least a few days. I'd been out in nature plenty before, camping trips, hikes, weekend getaways with friends, but this would be my first time doing it all alone. I figured a cabin in the woods would give me the quiet without having to sleep on the ground or deal with hauling gear through the forest. I found the place through a listing on a forum. Not Airbnb, not a rental site. This was a guy on a message board I'd been lurking on for years. The post was simple. Cabin in the UP, totally off-grid. No neighbors for miles. Stream nearby, generator for light. You want true quiet? This is it. I messaged him, asked a few questions. He said it was basic but solid, the kind of place hunters or writers used. He charged $250 for the week, said he'd leave the key in a lockbox, gave me GPS coordinates, and told me to take everything I needed because the closest town was 40 miles out. I paid him through Venmo, probably stupid in hindsight, but I didn't get a scammer vibe from him. I packed up my SUV with food, water, a good cooler full of ice, some propane canisters for the little stove he said was inside, and a shotgun just in case. I wasn't expecting trouble, but being that far out, you want something more than a pocket knife. I left early on a Monday morning, the weather forecast clear all week. The drive up was long but peaceful. I got off the main highway around noon and followed a series of smaller and smaller roads until the last one was more like a trail. Dirt, full of potholes, branches scraping the sides of my car. I followed the GPS as it dipped into deep woods. Cell service had dropped off an hour before, and I hadn't seen another car since. The cabin appeared like something from an old postcard. Small, wooden, maybe 20 by 30 feet. A short staircase led up to a porch, with a couple of old chairs and a metal cooler that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The trees crowded in tight on all sides, tall and thick, with the stream he mentioned about 50 yards behind the cabin. You could hear it if you stood still. The place was unlocked when I arrived. No sign of forced entry, nothing suspicious. Inside was simple, one main room with a bed, a small kitchen space with a propane stove, a table and 2 chairs, a bookshelf full of dusty paperbacks, and a narrow hallway leading to a small bathroom and a closet. It smelled of old wood and a little bit like damp leaves, but not in a bad way. It just smelled like it belonged out there. The generator was out back, old but functioning. I tested it and it fired up with a rumble. It was loud enough that I decided I wouldn't use it unless I really needed light at night. I had a headlamp and a few lanterns anyway. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, hiked a little down by the stream, read for a few hours, and cooked a simple meal. That night, I sat on the porch as it got dark. You don't know silence until you're really out there. No cars, no power lines, not even wind. Just the creaking of trees, the occasional snap of something in the underbrush, and the soft hiss of bugs. I wasn't scared, not really. I felt small, sure, but it was the kind of small that made you feel part of something bigger. It was around the second night that things started to shift. I had just laid down in bed, a light blanket over me. I'd left the windows cracked open because the cabin didn't have AC, and it was warm. The sounds of the woods had become familiar by then. But as I was drifting off, I heard something new, slow footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps. These were heavy, deliberate, two-footed. At first, I told myself it could be a deer, maybe something moving oddly. But the steps circled the cabin. Crunch, pause, crunch, another pause. They moved around the back, then to the side. I held my breath. I turned off the small lantern next to the bed and stayed still. The footsteps stopped eventually, and I didn't hear them walk away. I waited maybe an hour before I fell asleep again, shotgun within reach. The next morning, I did a slow walk around the cabin. No footprints, but the ground was hard and dry, so that didn't mean much. I told myself it could have been an animal. I wasn't going to pack up and leave just because of footsteps in the woods. Still, it stayed in my mind all day. I tried reading again, but I was distracted. Every crack of a twig snapped my attention toward the trees. That night, I locked the front door, something I hadn't done the first night, and pushed the dresser in front of it, just to be safe. I didn't sleep easy, but nothing happened. Until the third night. I was inside around 10 p.m., finishing a small dinner when I heard something bang against the side of the cabin. Not hard, not like someone trying to break in. More like someone slapped the wall. I froze. I waited. Then it happened again on the other side. Slap. A hand? Sounded like it. I killed the lights and crouched near the bed, shotgun in hand. I didn't shout. I didn't try to scare them off. I just listened. Whoever it was, they didn't try to come in. No more sounds. After an hour of nothing, I finally fell asleep from exhaustion, lights still off. The next morning, I noticed something. Out by the stream, the rocks I had arranged into a little circle the day before, just for fun to mark a spot, had been moved. Not scattered like an animal would, rearranged into a line, a straight line pointing back toward the cabin. That was enough for me. I packed everything I could quickly, locked the cabin, and drove out of there. But a mile down the trail, I had to stop. A fallen tree, fresh, thick, right across the narrow dirt road. Too big to drive over, too thick for me to move alone. It hadn't been there when I drove in. I was stuck. I had a hatchet in the back. I started chopping. It was slow, brutal work. I stopped every few minutes to listen, sweat dripping into my eyes. The woods were so quiet that I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. About an hour in, I heard it again. Footsteps in the woods, maybe 20 yards off the road. I turned, heart hammering. Nothing in sight, but the footsteps didn't run. They didn't crash through the brush like a deer or bear. They were slow, careful, watching me. I worked faster, heart racing. It took me another hour, but I finally cut enough of the tree to drag one half aside and squeeze the SUV through. I didn't stop driving until I hit the next town. I booked a room at a cheap motel, shaking the whole time. I reported what happened to the local sheriff the next morning. He listened, took some notes, didn't seem too surprised. Said there had been a few strange incidents in those woods over the years. Campers seeing people watching from the trees. Stuff moved around. Nothing serious, but enough that folks didn't stick around long. I gave him the coordinates, told him about the cabin. He nodded and said he'd send someone out. I never went back to check. I messaged the guy who rented it to me, told him what happened. No response. A week later, the listing was gone. His profile, too. I still go out into nature. Still take hikes, still camp. But I don't do solo trips anymore. I don't go off-grid like that again. And I don't trust cabins where the owner doesn't meet you in person. Sometimes I think about those footsteps, that hand on the wall, the rocks arranged into a line pointing right at the cabin. Someone was watching me out there. I don't know how long they had been there before I noticed. Could have been days. Could have been the whole time. But I left. I got out. That's what matters. And now I listen to my gut a lot more than I used to. My name is Drew. Back in 2011, I was 29 years old, and I lived in a small town called White Creek, Tennessee. I worked as a mechanic at a shop just outside of town. I wasn't married, didn't have any kids, and I mostly kept to myself. Every fall, when business slowed down a bit, I'd take a week off and go out somewhere quiet to clear my head. I didn't do much else in terms of vacations, Just liked being away from the town, the noise, and especially people. That year, I decided to go further out than I usually did. I'd heard about a cabin up near Winter Ridge, about 4 hours northeast of White Creek. It was owned by an older guy named Mark who used to rent it out to hunters and hikers. The place was remote, real remote. No cell service, no neighbors, no paved roads for miles. I found it listed in a small online forum for solo camping and off-grid retreats. Mark had left a simple post along with some pictures. I emailed him and wired him $200 for the week. He gave me directions and told me the key would be under a rusted horseshoe nailed next to the front door. The drive up was rough. The last 10 miles were more like a trail than a road, all rutted dirt and gravel. My old Chevy Blazer barely made it. I got there late in the afternoon. The trees were mostly bare, and the wind had a bite to it. The cabin was small, one room with a little front porch. It looked like it hadn't been painted in 20 years. A rusted metal chimney jutted out the top, and the windows were old wood frames with storm shutters. It sat in a little clearing with woods all around it. No other cabins, houses, or roads that I could see. Inside was simple. A cot with a thin mattress, a wood stove, a little table, 2 chairs, some shelves with canned food and matches. No power, no plumbing, just a bucket toilet in a little shed out back and a hand pump for water by the porch. That's what I'd expected. That's what I wanted. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, chopped a little wood, and walked the area to get a feel for it. There was an old trail that led deeper into the woods. I followed it for a while but turned back before it got too dark. That night, I lit a small fire in the stove and ate some beef jerky and instant noodles. The wind howled off and on, but nothing out of the ordinary. I slept okay. The second day, I spent hiking the woods. The trail wasn't marked, but I brought my compass and some old topographical maps Mark had mailed me. I didn't see a single soul the entire time. No footprints, no rappers, no sounds of other people. Just woods and wind. Around late afternoon, I came across what looked like the remains of an old hunting blind. Just some rotting boards nailed to the trees. I didn't think much of it. That night, things felt different. Started small, just little noises. The kind you tell yourself are nothing. Leaves crunching outside. A faint creak from the porch. I figured it was raccoons or deer. The wind was stronger that night, and I tried to ignore it. But around 1 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. Then I realized the fire in the stove was almost out, and it was cold. I got up, threw on my jacket, and went outside to grab some more wood from the stack. That's when I saw them, boot prints in the dirt, right below the window by the cot. Fresh. The wind hadn't blown them away yet. They weren't mine. They were a different size, wider and shorter than my boots. And they went both ways, toward the cabin and away from it, heading back into the woods. I stood there for a while, just looking at them, holding the firewood. My mind tried to explain it. Maybe a hunter had passed by. Maybe Mark had sent someone up to check on the place. But nobody should have been out here, and nobody should have been walking right up to the window. I brought the wood in, bolted the door, and sat with my back against the wall for a while, just listening. I didn't sleep again until morning. The third day, I didn't go hiking. I stayed close, circled the cabin, and looked for more tracks. There weren't any. The ones from the night before were half gone now, wind-blown and faint. But I knew what I saw. I spent the afternoon chopping more wood and setting up a little perimeter with tin cans tied to strings. It was stupid, maybe, but it made me feel better. I had my .22 rifle with me, and I kept it loaded from then on. That night, I didn't sleep much either. I kept the fire going and stayed awake, just sitting and listening. Nothing happened. No sounds, no tracks. I started to think maybe it was a fluke. Maybe someone had just passed through and left. But the next day, I found something that pushed everything into another level. It was just afternoon. I walked about 50 yards into the woods behind the cabin to dump some gray water from washing dishes. That's when I noticed something off to the side, bright against the dull leaves. A scrap of blue tarp. I walked over, thinking maybe it was trash or part of an old shelter. It wasn't. It was a lean-to, small, hidden behind a thick patch of pine and brush. It was made from sticks, branches, and an old blue tarp stretched across the top. Inside was a torn sleeping bag, a small backpack, and a pile of trash, empty cans, wrappers, a plastic water jug. Someone had been living there, and not too long ago. I didn't touch anything, just looked around and backed out slowly. It wasn't old, maybe a few weeks at most. The sleeping bag didn't have any mold or wear. The wrappers were modern. Some had expiration dates from the same year. The plastic jug had water stains in it, like it had been used recently. I walked straight back to the cabin and stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the rifle close, and I made sure every window was shut and every door locked. I knew someone was out there, and I didn't know what they wanted. That night, the cans rattled. It was around midnight. I was sitting on the cot, fully dressed, boots on, rifle on my lap. I hadn't even tried to sleep. The wind had died down completely, and the silence was deep and unnatural. Then I heard it, soft at first, a metallic clink from the back corner of the cabin. Then another, sharper this time. The string was pulled. Something or someone had walked through the line of cans I'd set up. I didn't move at first, just listened. My heart was pounding. Then I heard a slow step on the porch. Then another, creaks barely audible. I aimed the rifle at the door and waited. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. Whoever it was, they never knocked, never tried the handle. After a few minutes, the creaking stopped. I stayed there, frozen, for hours. When the sun finally came up, I opened the door slowly and looked around. Nothing. The cans were scattered, string snapped. Prints again. Same ones, wide and short. This time, they circled the cabin. Not just one window, all of them. I decided I had to leave. I packed everything as fast as I could. My plan was to drive back down the trail, even if it meant pushing the Blazer through mud and rocks. I didn't care anymore. I just needed to be out of those woods. But when I got to the trail, I stopped cold. Someone had blocked the path. Fallen tree, big, fresh. The roots were still damp. It hadn't been there before. I would have remembered. It lay right across the trail, thick enough that I couldn't drive over it. I checked both ends. It didn't look like it had fallen naturally. The cut was too clean, like someone had used a saw or an axe to drop it right where the trail narrowed. I stood there for a long time, just staring. Then I turned around and walked back to the cabin. Slower this time. I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't see anyone, but I could feel it, like someone was watching me. Back at the cabin, I dragged the table in front of the door and reloaded the rifle. I didn't know what to do. Couldn't drive out. I had no cell service, no radio. The nearest ranger station was probably 20 miles away through thick woods. I spent the rest of the day reinforcing the doors and windows. I nailed boards across them, tied cans and pans on strings, anything to make noise if someone came close. I barely ate, just drank water and paced. That night, it got worse. They came back. It started with the cans again, this time on the other side of the cabin. Then soft footsteps. Then the handle jiggled, light like someone was testing it. Then silence. I held the rifle up, aimed at the door. I didn't move. Then something tapped the window. Not loud, just a gentle tap. Then another. I wanted to look, but I was too scared to move. I stayed like that until dawn. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to hike out. I packed light. Just water, some jerky, my map, my compass, and the rifle. I left most of my gear behind. I figured if I went west, I'd eventually hit a fire road or ranger trail. I marked the cabin on my map, then left around 9 a.m. The hike was brutal. Thick brush, steep hills, cold wind. I kept stopping to listen. Every time I thought I heard something, sticks snapping, leaves crunching, I froze. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling never left, like I was being followed. About 4 hours in, I found an old ATV trail. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but it was wide enough to follow. My name is Mark Ellis. I'm 41 now, but this happened when I was 35. I lived in Kansas City back then and worked for a small construction company. I wasn't married, didn't have kids. I had been through a rough divorce 2 years before, and I was trying to find peace in my life again. I used to love hiking and being out in the woods, but I hadn't done much of that since everything fell apart. So when I got a week off work in mid-October, I decided to get away from the noise. I booked a small cabin up in the Ozarks, somewhere deep near a place called Broken Ridge. It was supposed to be quiet, remote, and simple, exactly what I needed. The cabin was listed on an old website where people rented out off-the-grid properties. The pictures showed a one-room wooden structure with a wood stove, a cot, a table, and a little porch. No electricity, no running water, just an outhouse a short walk away and a well pump in the yard. It sat by itself about 10 miles off the main road, reachable only by a narrow, gravel road that wound through the hills. Took me about 6 hours to drive there. I left early in the morning on a Sunday, stopped once for gas and coffee, and reached the last paved road around 1 in the afternoon. From there, the road narrowed and climbed, and I had to drive slowly. My truck's tires slipped on loose gravel a few times, and I passed only 2 houses along the way, both sitting quiet and far off the road. The cabin looked even smaller in person. It was tucked in a clearing surrounded by pine and hickory trees. The leaves were turning bright orange and red. The place smelled like dry leaves and old wood. I parked in a little dirt patch beside the cabin and stepped out, stretching my legs. The air was cool and still. I could hear birds and the faint rustle of wind in the trees, but nothing else. No cars, no voices, no hum of power lines, just quiet. I unlocked the door with the key the owner had mailed me and stepped inside. It was just like the pictures. The air inside was stale, like it hadn't been opened in a while. Dust covered everything. There were some old blankets folded on the cot and a few cans of food on a shelf near the stove. A rusty axe leaned against the corner, and a box of matches sat on the windowsill. I didn't mind. I was there to be alone, to clear my head. The dust didn't bother me. I spent the first hour unloading my truck. I brought dry goods, canned food, a jug of water, some firewood, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, and a small hunting rifle. I wasn't planning to shoot anything, but I always brought the rifle when I went into the woods alone. Better safe than sorry. After unpacking, I walked around the clearing a little, got familiar with the area. The well pump worked, but the water looked cloudy at first, so I decided to let it run for a bit. I checked the outhouse, basic but usable. It sat about 40 yards from the cabin, right on the edge of the woods. That first night, I lit a small fire in the stove and heated a can of chili. I read a paperback I brought and then sat out on the porch with a blanket around me. The stars came out thick above the trees. It was cold but quiet. I stayed out for about an hour, watching the dark tree line, before heading inside and crawling into my sleeping bag. I fell asleep fast. I woke up around 3 in the morning. The fire had died out. The cabin was cold and completely dark. I heard something outside. Not a big noise, just a faint crunch like a step on dry leaves. My heart kicked a little. I sat up and listened. Another crunch, then silence. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam lit up the door and the dusty floor. I waited. No more sounds. After a few minutes, I figured it was just a raccoon or a deer. Still, I kept the flashlight by my side and didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked the area around the cabin. The trees were thick but not too dense. I saw a few old stumps, like someone had cleared a path a long time ago. I followed one of the trails for maybe half a mile, just looking around. Found nothing unusual, just woods and hills. When I got back, I checked near the porch. There were a few broken leaves and what looked like a faint track, maybe a shoe print, but it wasn't clear. Could have been my own from the day before. That day passed quiet. I read, chopped some wood, and cleaned the cabin up a bit. That night, I made some rice and beans on the stove and again sat out on the porch. It was colder and I didn't stay out as long. I went in, locked the door, and kept the rifle beside the cot. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, more clearly, 2 steps, maybe 3. Then silence. I sat up and held the flashlight tight. I clicked it on and pointed it at the door. I waited. The noise didn't come again. I stayed like that for a long time, probably until almost dawn. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow move past the window, but I wasn't sure. The window was dirty, and it could have been my own movement. On the third day, I found something that made my stomach sink. I was walking the path near the outhouse when I noticed something odd near a fallen log. An empty soda can and a crumpled up potato chip bag, both faded and dirty. They looked like they had been there a while, maybe even months. But this place was supposed to be remote. I hadn't seen trash anywhere else. Then I noticed boot prints in the dirt nearby. Not mine. These were larger, deeper. Someone had been there. I started feeling uneasy. I walked back to the cabin and sat inside for a while, thinking. I kept telling myself that maybe a hunter had passed through here months ago. Maybe someone else had rented the cabin before me and left trash behind. But something didn't feel right. I didn't have cell signal there, but I wrote the location down in case I needed to drive out and make a call. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire low and sat by the window watching. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the sound again. This time it was slower, step, step, pause. It moved around the cabin. I gripped the rifle and aimed it at the door, heart racing. I could hear my own breathing. Then it stopped. For hours, there was nothing. No more steps. No sound at all. At dawn, I stepped outside, rifle in hand. I walked slowly around the cabin. I found more boot prints in the dirt near the back. They weren't there before. They led toward the woods but disappeared in the underbrush. I stood still for a long time, just listening. But the woods were silent. I packed up that morning. I didn't care that I had paid for a full week. I didn't feel safe. Someone was watching that cabin. Someone was walking around it at night. I loaded up my truck and locked the door behind me. As I turned the truck around, I saw something through the trees. Just for a second, a figure standing still behind the brush, maybe 50 yards off. It wasn't a hunter. No orange vest, no gear. Just a dark figure. Watching. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove down that gravel road fast, dust flying behind me. My hands shook on the wheel. Every bump in the road made me jump. It took me over an hour to reach the paved highway. Once I did, I kept driving. I didn't stop until I was back in Kansas City. I reported what happened to the local sheriff's office. I gave them the coordinates and told them someone might be living out there or stalking visitors. They took down the information but didn't seem too interested. Just said they'd look into it. I never heard anything more about it. I looked up the cabin listing a few months later. It was gone. No mention of it. No listing. I emailed the owner's address, but it bounced back. Maybe they shut it down. Maybe they knew something they didn't want to share. That week changed me. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I still love nature. I still hike sometimes, but only in places with other people around. I still don't know who was out there or what they wanted. But I know what I saw, and I know how it felt. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't monsters. It was a person. Flesh and blood. Quiet, patient, and dangerous. That's what scared me most. I was 34 the year I rented the cabin. It was the fall of 2019, a couple months before everything in the world started to change. I worked as a delivery driver back then, mostly for a local furniture company just outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. That job wore me down, not just physically, but mentally. Always on the road, always lugging heavy sofas upstairs, always dealing with pissed-off customers who hated the timing or color or shape of something they had picked out themselves. I'd been saving up some cash for a short break. I didn't have kids, didn't have a girlfriend, and didn't have a dog to worry about, so I figured I'd go off the grid for a long weekend. Just me, some canned food, and my rifle. I liked to hunt a little, mostly small game. I wasn't looking to bring back a trophy, just kill some time, clear my head, sleep in, and enjoy the quiet. I found a cabin listed on a local site, not Airbnb or anything like that. It was this backwoods rental site run by a guy in his 60s who maintained a handful of old family cabins in eastern Tennessee, close to the North Carolina border. The one I chose was about 6 miles off any paved road, tucked deep into a patch of forest called the Green Pine Stretch. That part of the state isn't talked about much. Nothing really goes on out there. It's not touristy. No shops, no scenic trails. just empty woods. The cabin was listed as a rustic single-room homestead with generator, with stove, outhouse, and well water. No internet, no TV, and barely any cell service. That's exactly what I wanted. The drive out was long and winding. The last 12 miles were on gravel and dirt, with barely any signage. I had to follow the directions the owner emailed me, turn by turn like it was the 90s again. I arrived late Friday afternoon, just before sundown. The trees were already halfway bare, their leaves covering the ground in rust and brown tones. The air had that dry, crisp smell to it, the kind that told you winter was coming. It was dead silent when I parked the truck. The cabin itself was old, maybe 80 years if I had to guess. Hand-hewn logs, moss on the roof, and a small front porch with a sagging bench swing that creaked when the wind hit it. There were 3 steps leading up to the door, all uneven and splintered. The inside was one open room, like the listing said, with stove on one side, a cot and rolled-up mattress on the other, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a few shelves full of mismatched canned goods and utensils. The smell inside was mostly dust, old wood, and a faint trace of kerosene. I unpacked what I needed, mostly food, some clothes, and a couple of flashlights. The generator was behind the cabin, covered with a tarp. I started it once just to test it. It kicked on with a loud growl and buzzed steady, enough to run a couple of lights and the small electric burner by the table. I turned it off after 10 minutes. The quiet was better. That night, I sat on the porch and listened to the wind move through the trees. There were no cars, no planes overhead, no people. Just nature sounds. Crickets, owls, branches swaying and occasionally snapping. I felt calm for the first time in months. Saturday morning, I woke up early. The sun came through the slats in the wooden shutters, painting thin lines of light across the floor. I boiled some water for instant coffee and ate a granola bar. Then I grabbed my rifle and started hiking. There was an old trail behind the cabin that led up into thicker woods. I followed it for maybe 2 miles, stopping now and then to listen, scan the trees, look for signs of movement. I didn't see much, just some squirrel tracks and a flash of white tail from a deer in the distance. I sat on a stump for a while, watching the forest breathe. You can feel it out there, how everything moves in its own rhythm. The longer I sat, the more I heard. Small noises, rustles, soft cracking twigs. I headed back after noon. On the way, I spotted something that felt a little off. Just off the trail, maybe 20 yards out, I noticed a tree with strange markings. Not scratches, but almost like someone had used a blade to carve small excess into the bark. Maybe 20 of them, each spaced a few inches apart in no particular order. They were old enough that the bark had started to heal, but still clear enough to see. I figured maybe it was an old hunting marker or someone marking spots for tree tapping or something. It didn't really bother me, just stuck in my head. That afternoon I chopped some wood, did a little cleaning inside the cabin, and boiled a couple of cans of chili for dinner. I didn't start the generator again. The kerosene lamp gave enough light, and I didn't feel like ruining the silence. Around 9 p.m., I climbed into the cot and pulled the blankets tight. It dropped below freezing that night. The wind howled, and I heard things bumping outside. Branches, I told myself. The next morning, I went out behind the cabin to relieve myself and saw something strange. The dirt near the edge of the woods had been disturbed. It looked like someone had dragged something heavy, maybe a deer carcass or a big log, through the leaves. The trail was wide, and the leaves were matted down in a straight line about 8 feet long. It went from the woods toward the back of the cabin, stopping maybe 20 feet from the generator. There weren't any blood spots, no fur, nothing obvious, just the drag marks. I stared at it for a while, trying to make sense of it. I knew what a deer drag looked like. I'd done it myself, but there were no boot prints, no animal prints, just the long path through the leaves. I walked into the woods a bit, following the line backwards. It faded maybe 40 feet in, swallowed up by the thick undergrowth. I didn't want to go too far in without a reason, so I turned back. That afternoon, I went hiking again, this time in the opposite direction. I found another one of those marked trees, more excess, some carved deeper than others. They looked almost fresh. This one was only about 5 minutes from the cabin. That didn't sit right with me. When I got back, I checked the generator. Nothing seemed tampered with. I still hadn't used it again since the first night, but I checked the fuel level anyway. Full. Tarp was secure. Everything looked normal. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been near the cabin. Maybe hunters? Maybe someone else had a claim to the land? But there were no signs of camping, no cigarette butts, no food wrappers. Just those drag marks and those trees. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside felt too loud. I kept the rifle next to the cot. Around 1 a.m., I heard something that made my blood freeze. It was a low, metallic clank, like a tool or pipe being dropped. Came from behind the cabin. I stayed still, heart hammering. I listened for a long time, but there was nothing else. No footsteps, no voices, no engine sounds. I waited maybe 15 minutes, then slowly got up and peeked out the back window. I couldn't see much. The moon was behind clouds, but I swear I saw movement at the edge of the woods. Something upright, human-shaped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The first light, I went out the back. The generator was fine. The tarp had been moved slightly, but that could have been the wind. No prints, no damage. I walked to where I thought I saw the figure. There was nothing, just pine needles, leaves, and silence. I decided then I wasn't staying another night. I packed everything up, started the truck, and drove out. But something told me to stop at the last turnoff before the gravel turned to pavement. There was a small pull-off spot there with a clearing. I got out and walked back into the woods for about 50 yards, following a hunch. What I found was a small fire pit. Not new, but not old either. Ashes gray and scattered. Around it were 5 beer cans, a torn plastic tarp, and what looked like an old hunting knife stuck in a stump. There were bones, too. Animal, I hoped, picked clean. A pair of rubber gloves was caught in a bush nearby. I left quickly. Later, after I got home, I looked up that part of the woods. Green Pine Stretch didn't have any real history, no news articles, nothing useful. But on a local forum, buried in a thread from years ago, I found a mention of squatters. People said they lived off the land, kept to themselves, didn't like visitors. Someone claimed they had been chased from the area once, back in the 90s. Nothing official, just hearsay, but it lined up with the signs, carved trees, dragged objects, no obvious traces. I never contacted the owner of the cabin again. I never left a review. I still have the rifle I brought with me, and sometimes I find myself cleaning it while thinking about that last night. I still don't know what was out there. Maybe nothing. Maybe just people trying to live off the map. But something about it wasn't right. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like it was watching me, like I had stepped into a place I wasn't supposed to see. I haven't gone back to the woods since. Not even close. I stick to towns now, motels, places with locks and neighbors. The quiet doesn't feel safe anymore.